God eftermiddag. Må jeg bede please be seated. God eftermiddag. Mit navn er Henrik Saumandsgaard, og jeg er partner i Gorisen Fæderspil. Jeg er her i dag i stedet for vores managing partner Martin Dittmer, der desværre er blevet forhindret i at være med. Så det er blevet min fornøjelse at byde jer alle sammen velkommen til dagens konference, både her i Gorisen Fæderspils auditorium og til jer, der kigger med på livestreamen. Vi lægger som advokatfirma vægt på at tage del i og bidrage til det samfund, vi er en del af. Og derfor er jeg også meget glad for, at vi kan være med til at understøtte den vigtige demokratiske samtale forud for valget til Europa-Parlamentet ved at lægge rammer til Tænketanken Europas Europakonference med undertitlen Europæiske valg i en krisetid. Og vi er helt enige i den analyse. Verden og Europa står midt i en brydningstid. De næste års beslutninger får helt afgørende betydning for Europa og EU's fremtid. Gorisen Fæderspil har stærke internationale forbindelser, og vi har mange internationale sager, og vi mærker klart et stigende behov for rådgivning på helt nye områder, som følge af de omvæltninger, vi er vidne til. Det gælder naturligvis ikke mindst på området for sanktioner over for Rusland, og også i forbindelse med den grønne omstilling, som der jo nu er sat turbo på for at gøre os uafhængige af russisk olie og gas, og som efterhånden berører alle dele af samfundet. Det rejser meget komplicerede spørgsmål, mere teknisk karakter om udbud og statsstøtte ved anvendelse af vedvarende energi. Men også noget mere jordnært om virksomhedernes markedsføring af de grønne tiltag. Forsvarsindustrien vokser kraftigt i de år, og der er også behov for øget rådgivning. Og endelig så fylder EU mere og mere i vores hverdag. Det gælder på arbejdsmarkedet, det gælder regulering af platformer og produktsikkerhed, på miljøområdet, og ikke mindst ved anvendelse af nye teknologier som kunstig intelligens, der i sig selv kan revolutionere et samfund. Det kræver utrolig meget af vores politikere, der skal træffe de langsigtede og holdbare løsninger. Og derfor er dagens konference så vigtig. Og med den indledning vil jeg blot sige god fornøjelse, og så vil jeg give ordet til dig, Lykke.
Ja. Tusind tak for samarbejdet og for at kan være i de her beskedne haller. A warm welcome to everyone here and a warm welcome to all of those following us online. Don't be careless. Your overconfidence is your weakness. What am I quoting here? The Ukrainian app, which urges Ukrainians to seek shelter from Russian missiles and drones. And when the alert is over, the message is, may the force be with you. And yes, to keep up the spirit, the voice is indeed Mark Hamill's from Star Wars. The reasons why I open this year's conference with this fact is threefold. First of all, it reminds us that there is a war in Europe. While we meet here right next to the hyggelige Tivoli Gardens to talk about the future, airstrikes and shelter are the reality in Ukraine. Just take the appalling attack this weekend in Kharkiv. Secondly, you could argue that being careless and overconfident is an apt description of how we ended up where we are, with a war in Ukraine, a lack of investments in European defense, an over-reliance on Chinese imports, and overuse of fossil fuels, just to mention a few of those instances where we've been careless in Europe. And finally, let the force be with you carries a message of hope. Europe is not bound for failure. It is Europe's strategic choices that will decide the future of our continent, and it is exactly those choices that we will debate here today. Our discussions take place 8 days before the election to the European Parliament, 30 days before the EU summit in Brussels, where the top jobs could be decided, and 396 days before Denmark takes over the EU presidency in the second half of 2025. I'll not mention all the challenges, don't worry, that the EU faces, but just mention three. First of all, the war in Ukraine. Is it really our war? And if this is the case, what is the long-term answer with regards to weapon delivery, but obviously also EU enlargement? Secondly, how to respond to the United States of America that's engaged in a great power competition with China and is subsidizing its industry. Just think about the Inflation Reduction Act. And how can we Trump-proof our core policies? Should we have Trump 2.0 around the corner and not Biden 2.0? And finally, how do we deal with the fact that Europe's global power has diminished? This will also be one of our core themes today. So it is an intense day we have in front of us. We're extremely grateful that our international speakers have decided to come here. This is a really, really busy moment for all of you with the election to the European Parliament, so thank you very much for that. We'll start with all the international speakers, and then after the break, we move on to what does it mean for Denmark, and that's where the Danish Prime Minister will come here, and also the two leaders of the opposition, and the key leading Danish economist, Mr. Euro Niels Thyssen, and we will also go live to Kiev. So let the force be with you, and let's get started. There is a first time for everything. Sorry to start with this cliche, but Mitch Rahman, you are one of the best and the brightest when it gets to the European Union, although your country has left the EU. You are the first port of call for everyone dealing with European Union affairs, trying to figure out what's going to happen, what's going to be around the corner. And your famous Twitter or X account is an account that can make anybody, particularly a think tank director, jealous. But as some of you have guessed by now, you have never been to wonderful Copenhagen. So now you're here, and thank you very much for that. Who knows, maybe you're here because Denmark has had its own Zeitenwende and has become a more relevant stopover, you could say, for anybody dealing with EU affairs. Anyway, the floor is yours, and thank you so much for coming.
So thank you for having me here today to talk about the European elections and the implications that will follow. I'm going to organize my remarks over 6 main ideas. As I prepared my intervention for today, I tried not to be too gloomy, but I'm afraid I am going to be quite gloomy. I think I've learned as a general rule it's better to say what you think rather than what your audience may want to hear, and it's in that spirit that I've prepared the remarks today. So, what are the 6 ideas? Idea number 1, von der Leyen is going to win a second term as Commission President. Secondly, the fear of a populist resurgence at the European level is really overdone in our view. There will be more right-wing parliamentarians in Brussels, but they will come nowhere close to organizing. They won't have a majority, and I think their disorganization will act as a major brake on their impact and influence over Europe's political and policy priorities over the next 5 years. Thirdly, the major negative externalities that do emerge from the European elections will be felt at home, not in Brussels, but in particular in countries where you have weak governments and weak incumbent leaders. And in particular, here I'm thinking about France and I'm thinking about Germany. France, over the medium term, is in particular trouble, and I'm going to spend a fair amount of time talking about what's happening there, because I do think that should trouble all of us. My 4th point is that the Weimar Triangle, so Poland, Germany, and France, are very important. My 5th point is so is Italy's Prime Minister, Giorgia Meloni. And my 6th point is so is the UK. I'll now unpack all of those ideas in turn. So, European elections in 1 week. Normally, I would argue, these elections are of second or even tertiary order importance. This time around, I think it does feel different. I think Europe is at a very particular moment. There are serious geopolitical threats from Russia, from China. There are major concerns, I think, about a Donald Trump 2.0 presidency. In our view, Donald Trump will win the US election on the 5th of November. There is a major problem in Europe with weak leadership. There are competitiveness and fiscal challenges, and there are increasing temptations with illiberalism and major polarization at home. This is the context in which the elections are taking place, and it's for that reason I think the elections matter more this time around. Now, the good news, I think, is the results of the elections are not going to be as good for the far right as people assume and as the reporting would suggest. That's always been our view. The bad news, I think, is that's probably where the good news ends. Now, all of the recent polling, and we look at the polls very, very closely, suggests that the EPP, the centre-right, will come first, the socialists will come second. You will have Macron's centrist Renew Alliance probably coming third, maybe competing with Giorgia Meloni's European Conservative and Reformist group for third or fourth place. There is no chance of a coherent far-right majority emerging, as I've said. And so I think one can take that view with a fair level of confidence, and that tells us, I think, already a certain number of things. Number one, as I've said, von der Leyen is going to win a second term as Commission President. The Socialists will claim the European Council. There is some speculation that your own Prime Minister may be heading to Brussels. I would argue, I was in Brussels a week ago, I spoke to every ambassador from every member state, and I think the clear frontrunner in my mind is Portugal's former Prime Minister, Antonio Costa. I'd be very surprised if he doesn't get the role, and I'm happy to talk about why in the Q&A afterwards. The second thing I think we can say with a fair amount of clarity is that the configuration that will emerge after the European elections will effectively enable von der Leyen to govern from the centre. There will be some dilution with respect to the green agenda. I think on migration issues, they will remain challenging. But fundamentally, if you look at the composition of the majority that's likely to emerge, I don't think there is a case to argue there will be major dilution of the things that von der Leyen achieved in the context of her first term. Now, just because, in our view, the European elections are more benign, perhaps, at the European level, that doesn't mean they're not of consequence. I think they are of major consequence, but the consequences I would point to, as I've said, lie back home. And I'm going to turn now to what's happening in France to justify and substantiate this argument I'm making. So, Macron, he's deeply unpopular back in France. He controls no majority in the National Assembly. He's running into the European election with a 15-point gap against Le Pen. Now, I think it's really important to look at Macron's new government. We have Gabriel Attal, 35 years old, youngest ever prime minister. We have a new foreign minister with a major network in Europe. He was Macron's man in the European Parliament before he moved over to the Quai d'Orsay. Their objective was to close this gap with Le Pen. Since they came to power, the gap has widened. The only constituency that Macron can work with in the National Assembly is the centre-right Les Républicains. They are hell-bent on undermining him. And the reason, of course, for doing that is they're looking to challenge for the Élysée in 2027. So there isn't really a formula for Macron to govern for the remaining 2.5 or 3 years of his term. I don't know if I would call him a lame duck in Europe, but in terms of his domestic agenda, it has completely run into the ground. I find it very hard to believe you're going to see any reforms of consequence coming from the Élysée over the course of the next 2.5 to 3 years. And the litmus test for that is the fact when Macron tries to promulgate reforms that the Republicans ideologically support, like pensions or immigration, they don't support the reforms passage in the National Assembly. And I say that's because they are attempting to win power in 2027. So that's the context in which we have to interpret a 15-point defeat at the hands of Le Pen running into next week's European election. It's the first vote since parliamentary elections in June 2022. For that reason, it will be considered a de facto midterm referendum on Macron's second term. It will be seen as a major crushing defeat for Macronism. It will, I think, create the risk of an early election. In our view, Macron will face a number of confidence votes after the Olympics in July. I think it's highly likely the government will fall, probably this year, and that may trigger an early election. We have to forecast these things for our clients and assign silly probabilities. So we have a 60% probability of an early election. And the scary thing, of course, about an early election, when you look at the polling, is that it is not inconceivable that Le Pen could come first. So we have a 20% chance that you could have a far-right prime minister in the Matignon this year. That's either Le Pen or it's her deputy, Jordan Bardella. Now, people may say these scenarios are completely crazy. A 20% probability of a Le Pen prime minister this year sounds insane, even if you think about it for more than 1 second. But that, I think, is the political context that Macron is grappling with. Now, the much bigger threat, of course, is 2027, when we will have a presidential election and the risk of a President Le Pen. And I think that risk looms large over Macron, and it looms large over everything Macron says or does. So, you know, we are now having a discussion about Europeanizing, to some extent, France's nuclear deterrent. And of course, the question you constantly get asked in Brussels is, well, what would Le Pen do? Macron supports Ukraine's accession into NATO, and he's a champion for Ukraine's integration into the EU. Of course, it raises the question, that's a 10, 15-year commitment. What would Le Pen do? Macron talks about doubling the financing capacity of the EU budget, or doubling the budget per se. If you look at Le Pen's program, she wants to withhold France's 5 billion annual contribution to the EU budget. That, I think, is the problem. We know when you look at the electoral landscape in France that Le Pen will feature in the second round in 2027. I think that is obvious. That's not a brave view to take, but it is not obvious who her challenger will be. This is because the party that Macron built in 2017 is not really a political party. There is no chain of succession from Macron to a deputy. There is no line of command. There is no mechanism or process to replace Macron. And he, as we know, he's constitutionally barred from running for another term when he steps down in 2027. So the candidate could emerge from within his party. It could be Gabriel Attal. Could emerge from outside his party. Could be the former Prime Minister Edouard Philippe. Could be the finance minister. Could be the defense minister. We don't know. And I think that's the problem with France. The center is fragmented and the far right is consolidating. And that, I think, when I look at Europe and I think the risks confronting the European Union, this is the major existential populist threat that hangs over the EU over the medium term. And as I say, all of this subtracts from Macron's credibility. When he talks about the support for Ukraine, but then only has provided 3.8 billion in fiscal contributions to Ukraine. Denmark is doing 2.4% of its GDP in support of Ukraine. Of course, that subtracts from Macron's credibility. Now, if that's not gloomy enough, the situation in Germany isn't much better, I'm afraid. Germany's chancellor is weak. I think that's the truth. He is a poor communicator. He has little, if no, European agenda or vision, and he straddles a very fragmented coalition that has proven almost impossible to govern. There's a huge frustration. I spend a lot of time traveling around EU capitals. I spend a lot of time in Brussels, in Paris. There is huge frustration at the coalition in most of the other European capitals and in Brussels. And I think that's partly due to original expectations. When you think about how the coalition came together, we have a team around Olaf Scholz when he was finance minister that delivered Next Generation EU. We have Greens in the coalition, and there was a very forward-leaning coalition agreement. So I think all of that created this expectation that Germany and this coalition was going to put Europe center stage. And I think those expectations have obviously proven to be wrong. They were misplaced. And they're being dampened further by the fact there is a coalition that has become even more introspective as the AfD surges, as growth in Germany is flatlining, and of course, in the aftermath of a constitutional court ruling last November that effectively determined the way the government is financing its domestic agenda is unconstitutional. And that has forced the coalition into a rearguard maneuver where they are having to cut from their budget in order to respect the strictures of their constitutional court. So Germany cut 20 billion from the budget last year. That's close to 1% of GDP. And they have to find an additional 30 billion this year. That's 1.5% of GDP, running into a potential technical recession where there are major concerns about competitiveness in the EU. It is true that Scholz is Ukraine's most important fiscal contributor and champion, 17.7 billion to date. But the concern you hear in Europe is that this figure is something of a displacement activity. It enables the Chancellery not to take a far-sighted strategic position on Ukraine or the risks presented by Donald Trump, because they can hide behind the number and simply say the rest of Europe needs to do what we are doing. And that, I think, is a major problem and a major question hanging over von der Leyen's next mandate. Now, it's true that the Christian Democrats in the form of Friedrich Merz may win the Chancellery next September. That's what we think will happen. He is our base case. And he would certainly bring bigger ambition to the Chancellery. Of course, as we know, Friedrich Merz is a disciple of Wolfgang Schäuble, and so I think he would be more ambitious. He would lean more into Europe. But even Merz has his own fiscal ideology, and even Merz would govern in the context of a coalition. So even he would be constrained. This then, I think, as I've said, is the bigger risk for Europe. I think we pay less attention to Brussels, and we should pay more attention to what's happening in Paris, in Berlin, and in Rome, which I will talk about in a second. And it's in that context that this Weimar Triangle, I think, has become really important. So, the Weimar Triangle is effectively serving as a vehicle to facilitate now alignment between France and Germany. I think effectively we've got a very weak France, we've got a very weak Germany, and because they're both so weak, forcing consensus and convergence between Paris and Berlin is proving to be really challenging, and that's where I think Poland is playing a really important role. So I'll give you an example of what I mean. So there is complete agreement within Europe about support for Ukraine this year. Right, 50 billion in the Ukraine facility that runs until 2027. There is a really interesting discussion taking place now in the G7 over leveraging these frozen Russian assets to provide an additional 50 billion for Ukraine this year. There is a commitment to integrate Ukraine into the EU over the medium term, and there are a set of bilateral treaties, commitments that are being negotiated with 32 countries and Kiev, and all of those are coming together. So that's a fairly robust prospectus, and I think Europe is fully committed to that endeavor. However, there is no agreement within the EU about what to do if Donald Trump wins and the strategic problems and challenges that he would pose. Trump is saying he's going to end the Ukraine war in 24 hours. Many senior officials I talk to don't even think Europe will be represented in that conversation. They think it will happen before the inauguration, in the transition. It's a phone call to Putin, and it's a bilateral agreement that starves Zelensky of weapons and forces a peace deal that results in major territorial concessions, and Europe isn't even represented. It's not the G7, it's not the member states, it's certainly not Charles Michel, it's probably not von der Leyen. And that, I think that complex does raise questions about, in particular, Olaf Scholz, given the proximity of the Chancellery's position to the US on all Ukraine-related issues. The silent concern I hear in Brussels a lot is that if you fast forward to September, you have a politically ambivalent Chancellor, further weakened by European elections, further weakened by 3 defeats in regional elections in September, who will find it even harder at that point to navigate the internal divisions within his Social Democratic Party and the inclinations of the SPD to go along with whatever Trump and Putin agree to do in Ukraine. And maybe this will not come to pass, right? Maybe Trump will not win, but best case scenario, that's a 45% risk. Maybe it's the base case for some people. It's certainly not a tail risk, this scenario materializing in a few months' time. And so it's in those circumstances that Weimar, I think, is proving to be really important in applying what I call gentle pressure on Scholz and on Macron to ensure they align behind a united EU response and to ensure that they stay true to the commitments and accountable to the commitments that they've made with respect to Ukraine. And I think Poland and Tusk in particular, because of the election result he delivered in Poland, because of Poland's geographic positioning, and because Poland next year will spend 5% of its GDP on defense, is the leader with the agency, the legitimacy, and the credibility to force a reckoning between Paris and Berlin on these questions. So Weimar is really important, and I think it's definitely worth paying attention to. Now, I've been talking about Italy and Meloni a lot, so I just want to say a very few brief words about her. The situation I've painted in Paris and Berlin really does contrast with the situation in Italy. I would argue Meloni's star in Europe is stratospheric. She's probably the only leader of importance that will come out of the European elections strengthened, not weakened, as a result of this vote. But it remains really unclear to many people what kind of player Meloni wants to be. And there are two hypotheses. One is that she's fundamentally pitching for the centre. The other is that she's a dangerous populist. Her real colours are only going to be revealed on the 5th of November, when Donald Trump wins and moves to the White House, and that enables her to break ranks with the European Union. Now, the analysis that she's constructed goes something like this. She sees a big gap in her domestic market in Italy. Berlusconi has died. If you look at the performance of the League on the far right, Matteo Salvini, they're not performing well. And Meloni can effectively straddle the right, from the far right to the centre, and govern for the foreseeable future. So she aims to be a major player running from the centre that will enable her to effectively consolidate power in Italy. And that she also sees returns in Brussels from being constructive. So she is a populist, yes, and she is an ideologue, yes, but it's targeted and it's tactical. She plays to the base and throws the base red meat on immigration. She plays to domestic culture wars. But she does that precisely so she can expand her political space and run a centrist, sensible policy where it matters most for Italy and matters most for the EU. So that's economic policy, it's Europe policy, and it's foreign policy on Ukraine. And I think this analysis I'm presenting, I think, is the assessment shared by most of the people I talk to in Brussels. This is the game Meloni is playing. They're quite comfortable with the game that she's playing. And they believe in Brussels, her political group, the ECR, she will drag them to the centre because she sees political advantage from supporting von der Leyen, albeit from outside her majority. And she would get lots of rewards. A major position for Italy in the context of the next mandate. People talk about a super industrial policy portfolio that she could run. Or maybe it's the budget, or it's migration, or it's single market. Maybe it's defense. Maybe Meloni and the ECR gets a European vice president position, an EVP position. They don't exist for the ECR yet. Maybe Meloni will deliver one. And of course, she will have tremendous leverage over von der Leyen's next mandate, because she will ultimately determine whether or not von der Leyen has a comfortable majority when she aims to pass legislation. Now, is this naive? There are some really smart voices who think so, and you'll be hearing from one of them, Natalie, right after me. So the cynics, or perhaps I should call them the realists, they see Meloni as a wolf in sheep's clothing, and they point to one thing in particular, her domestic plans to consolidate power that are only now kicking into gear. So what are these plans? In the last few months, Meloni has tightened control of the state media, and she's done it more brazenly. State TV has always been subject to the spoils of office in Italy, but this time the government's going further. They're appointing friendly editors, they're freeing government officials from time limits on newsreels and talk shows. Meloni only gives interviews with sympathetic anchors, and press conferences are very rare. She's consolidated control over Mediaset, that's the late Berlusconi's TV empire, which gives the government de facto control over 6 out of the 7 media organizations in the country. She's championing a constitutional reform, that will swing powers away from the presidency and towards the prime minister's office, or towards the executive. And she's also championing an electoral reform that will favor the largest party, so her party. These power grabs, of course, are raising eyebrows because they sponsor the question, maybe we've got the analysis completely back to front. Maybe Meloni is playing nice in Europe so she can consolidate power back home, just like Viktor Orban did when he came to power in 2010. Now, perhaps it's too soon to tell, but seen from Europe, I think the view is Meloni will be constructive over the short to medium term, and the major reason, I think, for that is out of necessity, because of her major Achilles heel, which is the economy. If you look at Italy's debt and deficit level, if you look at its anemic growth rates, these are all a major constraint on how crazy, if I can put it that way, Meloni can be. The Recovery and Resilience Facility keeps dispersing. Every disbursement to Italy is 20 billion euros. That's 1% of GDP. The country has no economic strategy or fiscal space without disbursements from this facility. And so that also gives Brussels leverage against Meloni, just as Meloni has leverage against Brussels. And I think that's probably the symbiotic relationship that will continue for the foreseeable future. So 2 final points. I think the developments in Paris, in Berlin, in Warsaw, and in Rome are going to be absolutely critical for how power is organized in the EU over the next 5 years. I think that will matter more than the game in Brussels between the European Parliament and the institutions. It will determine what Europe can do over the next several years. And I think, obviously, the most important political question is whether the constellation I've described will enable another next-generation EU type of initiative to emerge for the purposes of security and defense. That's the big political fight that is coming down the track. I think it's too soon to tell whether the French will succeed or will be blocked, but that, I think, is the major debate to think about. And my final and concluding point is on the UK. So I'd ask you all, of course, to spare a thought for us. Living in the UK since Brexit, we've been through a huge amount of trauma since 2016 over the last 8 years. But the government is changing. There is an election, 4th of July. Labour is going to win. I think they're going to win with a very large majority. And I think that's going to be very meaningful for the UK and very meaningful for UK-EU relations. I think Starmer, as Prime Minister, will lean into the security and defence agenda in a very proactive way. And for that reason, if no other, I think it's very positive for European collective security and defence, and perhaps a slightly more positive and nicer note to conclude on. Thanks very much.
Excellent. For a very rich sort of presentation. I'm not sure I'll dare to invite you again, but when you said gloom, I actually looked down my papers here and I found this quote by Olaf Scholz and Macron in the Financial Times the other day. Europe is experiencing its Zeitenwende. We can't take for granted foundations on which we have built our European way of living and our role in the world. Our Europe is mortal and we must rise to the challenge, quote unquote. What on earth does this actually mean when you're traveling around Europe? Are we in some kind of breakdown scenario here? What does it mean to be immortal? And if we are moving towards a breakdown scenario, what could be the breaking point? Or is this completely sort of just writing a newspaper article in Financial Times?
So the op-ed is interesting. I think this is, so the Franco-German relationship is not working well. There isn't great chemistry between the two leaders. Their teams aren't very aligned. And on substance, there's not really a shared assessment of the challenges or risks posed by Donald Trump and the implications. And so typically what we're getting is a lot of symbolism. Joint op-eds, press conferences. Macron was on his state visit in Germany a few days ago, but very little of substances is coming out. I think what the French are really pushing for and will really lean into is an attempt to stand up more common financing for the purposes of security and defense. He will, I think, extract commitments from von der Leyen in the context of the strategic agenda and the next work program. that the Commission will pursue that agenda. I think if von der Leyen does not commit to do that, the French will not back her, which is why Macron keeps floating these ideas about Mario Draghi. And the key question there, I think, is whether Germany, in light of its own fiscal problems and challenges, is willing to get behind that kind of initiative and do so quickly.
And the term mortality then means what?
I mean, I think the term mortality from Macron's perspective is if we don't nurture Europe, if we don't take care of Europe, if we don't identify the challenges and make the necessary investments, then it's not clear that the European Union will necessarily survive. That commitments and investments need to be made. And as I say, in order to enable and facilitate those, common financing is necessary.
And the relationship with Donald Trump, the overall war going on in Ukraine, could that be a breaking point, or is that not sort of what we should worry about?
It's hard.
You said about the 24 hours conversation that Europe could possibly not be part of that. What's your sort of thinking in regards to that, if you try to help us with sort of creating various scenarios here?
Yeah, it's very hard. So I think, so we've done a lot of work on what we think Trump can and can't do with respect to the Ukraine war. And I think our own assessment is he can probably negotiate a ceasefire. Very hard to see a long-term peace deal emerging because the interests of Zelensky and Putin simply don't overlap to deliver a sustainable peace. When you think about Trump's broader agenda on NATO, he's more transactional. It's not clear to me that that equilibrium will be perceived as a galvanizing moment in the EU for really ambitious action. So I think what I'm saying is we would need to see a lot, we would need another shock, something more detrimental. I think Trump coming into the White House, being transactional on the security guarantee, trying to impose a peace on Ukraine, I don't think that will be enough. I think a lot of that has been internalized and already socialized. So you'll need a bigger shock to really get movement. And I think movement in the Nordic countries, more movement in Germany, and more movement in the Netherlands.
And we'll follow up on that when we get to the part of the conference where we debate what actually happens if Trump wins, or for that matter, if Biden wins. You spoke about probabilities, and then you said that it was most likely that Antonio Costa from Portugal would become the new president of the European Council. Well, this is obviously not an issue that we are interested in here, right? At all. But there may be some journalists here who are trying to plan their holidays, right? Because we have the European Championship of Football, we have the Tour de France, we have the Olympics, as you also just mentioned. So what about sort of the planning for Danish politics? Because if Mette Frederiksen goes to Brussels, then you have to figure out when you're going to have your holiday, but then you say we don't have to worry about that because that's not going to happen, right? Or what was your point?
Yeah, so look, I think so. The socialists in the last 2 or 3 terms, 3 I think, took the HRVP role. And nobody really wants the HRVP role anymore because Borrell has been abysmal, because Mogherini was better.
The so-called foreign minister.
Yeah, Mogherini was better with Natalie's support. Cathy Ashton obviously set up that institution, but I think with the Commission moving into foreign affairs and defence issues, and with countries jealously guarding their sovereignty, that institution has just become a lot less interesting and a lot less attractive. So the socialists want the European Council, that's clear. Now I think Michel has been a disaster. Most people I speak to are of the view an older politician at the end of his or her political life, who will not be driven by media headlines, who is a capable backroom operator, consummate diplomat, has good relations with leaders. That's the kind of profile you want in the roles. People talk about Herman van Rompuy. You'll remember he was the first permanent
Heiko poems, yeah.
president. Exactly. And so I think Costa is perceived or seen to be the candidate that most explicitly fills that role. Of course, your own prime minister is a candidate. The concerns...
Not officially.
Not officially. But I think the concerns will be, with von der Leyen in the Commission, that would result in an over-representation of the North in the EU's top jobs. And of course, then there is the question of the euro and not being a euro area member state. Now, that didn't...
Is that a problem these days?
It didn't prevent Donald Tusk getting the role. But I think something spectacularly wrong will have to happen with Costa. So probably this corruption probe that's hanging over his government. His chief of staff had 50 billion euros in his office. That doesn't seem to be enough to scare people, him getting this role. But I think unless he is directly implicated in that probe, and that seems to be very unlikely. I suspect he will be heading to Brussels for the next 2 years.
And so, I mean, a very frank question. Does it actually matter? I mean, it matters obviously for Danish politics and also other countries. I mean, if it's a prime minister who goes to Brussels. But I mean, when you spoke about the European Parliament, I was quite struck that you kind of seemed to indicate that it will not really matter that much, the election that we are sort of about to have. So does it really matter then who gets these positions?
So I think certainly for the Commission and the Council, it absolutely matters.
Okay.
They're the two most important institutions from my view in Brussels. I've spent a lot of time talking about the leadership deficit that we're confronted with in the EU. I think the perspective on that deficit will grow over time, given the challenges both Macron and Scholz are facing. Von der Leyen had an exceptional first term. Given the strategic challenges she faces in the next term, it's unclear whether she will be as strong and able to be as ambitious as she was in her first. So in that context, I think the individual in the European Council and the agency they can bring to forcing compromise on these questions will be really, really important.
And if Denmark, as I understand, we will not have the President of the European Council, but if you look into your crystal ball and you look upon the next Commission, which role would actually be really good for a country like Denmark to have? We also have the Danish EU presidency coming along. Which issue should we sort of focus upon? Which dossier?
So, of course, it should be the security and defence industrial policy portfolio that the Commission is now in the process of creating. The problem, of course, is you face stiff competition from Radek Sikorski, so Poland's foreign minister. They are absolutely gunning for the role. I think Radek, there will be an important role for Poland's foreign minister in the context of what may come to pass in Russia and Ukraine in the third or fourth quarter. And so someone like Radek, I think, is only minded to take that kind of job if it is meaningful, if it comes with real power, if it controls real money.
And will it come with real power?
I don't know, that's to be seen. But I think there are many countries that are competing for that position. And I suspect your Prime Minister, if there is an EVP position that straddles security, defence and industrial policy issues, that would be big enough and meaty enough for a sitting or former Prime Minister. But as I say, we'll face stiff competition from Poland and other member states that are also gunning for that role.
Excellent. Thank you very much for coming. Let's give a big hand. And particularly also thank you for sort of underlining the role of national politics. I mean, that is sometimes forgotten when you sort of look upon the various aspects of the European Parliament election. We now move on. Well, I mean, you've almost already been presented. I was going to say the Queen of Italy, Natalie Tocci. I don't think you need any kind of introduction because Mitch just gave you one. But I think if you look upon your various sort of publications recently, I was struck that you had the following sort of quote that I found, that going back to when the Berlin Wall fell in 1989, Europe stood for direction. We thought the world was headed. That was us. We sort of set the direction. Now the world is closing up. How does Europe survive when the tide is going in the opposite direction? I think that is a very good question. So we'd obviously like to hear what's the answer to that, but also how this ties in with the overall green agenda, which is one of the topics of your most recent book, which you should read, obviously. So, Natalie Tocci, among many things, you are the head of the Italian Institute of International Affairs. Thank you so much for coming.
Thank you so much. And in fact, unlike Mij, I come to Copenhagen actually quite a lot. I was here 3 days ago to spend an absolutely delightful weekend with my son. And so I love the city so much that here I am back after 3 days. So what I wanted to do is really sort of use my time here to touch on many of the issues, Lika, that you were mentioning, and in a sense kind of use this climate story as a thread to, I think, paint a broader story about where we were, where we are, where we're headed, and how to avoid continuing on where we're headed, which connects to many of the points that Mish was making. And I think, you can tell actually quite a neat story by looking at it through that sort of climate lens, or Europe climate lens. So I would say that, if we sort of rewind back 5 years ago, around about this time, elections were coming up, and that was, in a sense, a moment of enlightenment. And why was it a moment of enlightenment? It was a moment of enlightenment because, frankly speaking, the EU, Europe more broadly, had really been coming out of pretty much a decade and a half of hopping from one existential crisis to the next. And hopping from one existential crisis to the next, really without a compass, really without a sense of direction. And by the time we get to 2019, essentially, the climate story, and in particular the green agenda, which then eventually becomes the Green Deal, really ends up doing various things at the same time. The first and most obvious, the EU picks as its number one priority the existential crisis. No one disputes this, perhaps slightly more now than then, but I'll come to this later on. But back then, it was really motherhood and apple pie, right? Everyone knew that this was the good thing to do, right? Because it was existential. At the same time, it was not just existential, it was also deeply political. And it was deeply political in a way that the EU really needed at that time. Again, particularly as a result of the Eurozone crisis, the migration crisis, the EU really had been going through years of being increasingly viewed as grey, detached, bureaucratic, and really distanced from the concerns of ordinary citizens. What does it end up doing? It ends up picking up the one issue, not only that citizens care about, but in particular youth cares about, right? So it was really this incredible way of actually reconnecting, not being grey anymore, but actually being green, and by being green, reconnecting to the number one priority that citizens, and in particular youth, cared about. And of course, this was coming on the heels of the European Parliament elections in 2019, which, as we know, saw a very strong showing of Green parties. So it served, number one, an existential goal, number two, a political goal, number three, an economic goal. So this was the time in which we all of a sudden realized that actually moving forward on decarbonization did not have to be a degrowth strategy. It actually meant a growth strategy because CO2 emissions and growth could actually be decoupled. And so, again, sort of thinking about the image of the EU as an EU of constraint, of restraint, of austerity, all of a sudden, the EU became seen as potentially a project for construction, for innovation, for growth. And then finally, and this I think became increasingly obvious in a moment that I'll get to in a second, this was also a strategic project. Why was it as a strategic project? Well, it was already clear back then that terms like strategic autonomy were becoming increasingly important. And of course, if you think about what the meaning of strategic autonomy in an area like energy and climate, in a continent that, as we know, does not produce fossil fuels, or not a lot of fossil fuels, and certainly imports far more than what it exports, latching on to the green agenda also made strategic sense. So this was really bingo, right? Here the EU sort of finds a compass once again to essentially reconnect to citizens, to pursue a strategic agenda, and this is where we were. So a moment of enlightenment. Then actually comes, I think, the even more interesting moment, which I would define as the Monnetian moment. As probably most, if not all of you know, a wonderful citation from Jean Monnet in his memoirs, about the EU being the sum of the solutions of the crises it will face. Now, in a sense, in that decade and a half previously that I was mentioning, the EU had really lost its Monnetian way of doing things. Yes, of course, it had addressed the Eurozone crisis, migration, frankly speaking, not particularly well, as we all know. However, what it ended up doing after the Green Deal was adopted is it sort of regained that Monnetian spirit, and it managed to address the two consecutive crises that came, the pandemic and the first year and a half of Russia's invasion of Ukraine, not to do what it had done previously, i.e. forget its sense of direction, but to double down on it. And I think, sort of to me, this was actually quite incredible because it was not at all a foregone conclusion. It wasn't necessarily that intuitive that if you face a pandemic, what you end up doing is accelerate on a green agenda, right? It could have basically derailed the EU. It did not. That first crisis, as we all know, was basically used to substantiate financially what the Green Deal was all about, through Next Generation EU, pushing forward on a legislative agenda, and in particular the Fit for 55 agenda. Again, sort of, now it seems fairly normal that this was done, but really to sort of think back then, it was not at all, as I said, obvious that the EU was going to stick to the course. Likewise, Russia's invasion of Ukraine. Russia's invasion of Ukraine, which, as we know, is a war that has various dimensions. Of course, it's military, it's economic, it's political, and it's an energy, and has been an energy war. And again, it wasn't at all obvious that when energy security came back to the agenda, and of course, energy security has traditionally been understood in very brown terms, it wasn't at all obvious that the EU would not have derailed, right, from its green agenda, and yet it did not, right? If you take that first year and a half after the war, not only even more money was added onto the green transition through Repower EU, but basically that strategic argument that I was referring to earlier was really substantiated, right? So all of a sudden, actually pursuing the Green Deal made strategic sense precisely because we had to decouple energetically from Russia, and obviously that was a brown decoupling. So, all great, and then what happens? It all goes wrong. Right? It all goes wrong, and it goes wrong in ways that in some respects were predictable. Lieke earlier was referring to my Green and Global book. That was a book that was published in 2021. And in that book, the first third of the book is precisely on what ended up happening, right? And what was the story there? The story was European right-wing or Eurosceptic populism, nationalist populism, however you want to define it, basically has been coming and going in ebbs and flows. In a sense, I will say this. In a sense, the last European elections were fairly lucky elections because it caught us during a downward trend in that curve. This time round, it's exactly the opposite. Anyway, that was a sort of small bracket there. But what ended up happening during that downward curve is that nationalist populists kind of really needed a new story to tell, yeah? The austerity story wasn't working that well anymore after Next Generation EU. The migration story wasn't working that well after no one was really moving anymore, especially during the pandemic. They really needed to have a new story to tell, and it was fairly obvious already back, sort of as I said, in 2021, or at least it was obvious to me, that given that the transition, we define it as a transition, but in many respects it's really a revolutionary transition. And what happens in revolutions is that normally you do have winners and losers, or at least potential losers, and those potential losers, as in any process of change, will make their voices heard. So if, on the backdrop of that process of socio-economic change, you have particular political movements and parties that need a new banner, right? They tried it a little bit with the pandemic, with the no-vax movement. It wasn't really a spectacular success. It wasn't a majority sort of movement, right? And so they were looking for something, and, as was the case during the Eurozone crisis with austerity, they latched onto something where there was something real, yeah? So there was a story of socio-economic inequality. And of course, the mistake that, in retrospect, the EU made in those years in the years of hype, in the sort of Enlightenment and Monnian years, was that it told a very good story about the endpoint. The green future out there is going to be wonderful. It did not tell a story about the messy journey. And the transition, as we know, by definition, is a messy one. So lacking that narrative for the journey, it basically opened up the space for, as I said, parties and movements that were already looking for a new banner. And again, for them, it was an obvious choice also because through it, particularly after the Green Deal came out, they could not only be anti-climate and populist and all the rest of it, but they could also be Eurosceptic precisely because the EU had chosen this particular topic as being its major priority. Anyway, so here we are in this kind of phase of derailing, and you see it in different, you see it playing out in different ways. You know, nature preservation being kind of watered down. Agriculture, you know, farmers, you know, blocking sort of cities across European countries, and kind of this is where we are now. Now, let me perhaps end with a slightly more, I wouldn't say positive, because it's not really that positive, but a little bit more upbeat sort of perspective from the sort of, how can we get back onto the rails? Not necessarily kind of zoom forward, but at least, sort of, reverse this process of derailing. So point number one is one has to address what those legitimate concerns are, right? One has to necessarily not just develop a transition narrative, but one has to do something about it. And this, what does it do? It costs money. Now, it's not as if, these were ideas that were completely off the map, yeah? I mean, we do have a Just Transition Fund and we have a Climate Social Fund. How much money has been put onto these things? If you take the most, the richest fund, which is the Climate Social Fund, 86 billion over 7 years. How much did the European Union, or I'm kind of slightly cheating here because I'm actually including in the figure both Norway and the UK. So Europe, yeah, how much did Europe spend in just 1 year at the height of the energy crisis? It spent 900 billion, 1 year. And it is clear that 86 over 7 years is nothing, right? So if we're serious about not providing further, not feeding in further into that nationalist populist dynamic, it is fairly clear that those real concerns need to be addressed. Secondly, obviously, the next 5 years are going to be a story about implementation. So actually, in a sense, it doesn't really matter that the level of ambition is not going to be as high as it was last time round on these particular issues. Yes, it would be great to accelerate further on agriculture, on sort of nature preservation, but I find it, and this connects to I think several of the points that Mish was making, assuming he's right. Not on Italy. He's not, but we'll get to this. Yeah. But assuming he's right on everything else, i.e. that there isn't going to be this radical surge of the extreme right in Europe, in a sense, yeah, I mean, it will be talked about less in climate terms. You can talk about it in whatever language you want. You want to talk about it in terms of industrial policy? Fine. In terms of competitiveness? Fine. Talk about it in whatever language you want, but so long as the legislation that has already been passed is not reversed, and I don't think that is going to happen, so long as, and we know for a fact that it's the case, to the extent that the US-China competition will continue to be largely, sort of based on the one hand, digital technologies, on the other hand, green technologies, Europe will necessarily have to do something about it. As I said, it may talk about it in a different language with a different political configuration, but it will necessarily have to drive this forward. And then very final point, which I think is hugely important, and this connects to the broader foreign policy story. It's really what we do about the so-called global south in these particular terms. Because in truth, what was actually totally missing, I mean, there was a little bit there, here and there, but it was really totally missing in a sense, Green Deal 1.0 was the external dimension. This was an internal project about transforming within the European Union. Very little done or said, and certainly very little money behind what Europe's contribution was going to be vis-à-vis the rest of the world. Now, why is this so important? I think it's so important not just, quote unquote, for this particular reason, not just for climate, energy, etc. reasons. It's also important because we're really facing a moment in which all the principles and values underpinning European foreign policy, Europe's role in the world, are really being hollowed out and eroded. And of course, this is largely a consequence, and perhaps we can get into it later, of the Middle East. I mean, it's fairly obvious. However, there is also one point, and it's a sort of conceptual policy point, which I think is really difficult to untangle. How is it that we used to do values in the world? We used to do values in the world by basically in our trade policies, in our development policies, and whatever it is that we did, we had, for instance, policies of conditionality, right? And so we went round, left, right, and center, telling people what to do and basically saying, we're only going to give you a number of goodies if you actually behave in this principled way. Now, that method is not really available anymore. Just very diplomatically put there. Simply because, as we know, the world has changed, there is competition out there. And the problem is that we've woken up to this reality. We've woken up to the reality that we cannot do values like we once did. What has so far our reaction been? Well, if we can't do values like we once did, you know what? We're not going to do them at all. And this is where we are now, right? So we've totally ditched that approach in our relationships with the rest of the world, and of course, in particular, in our relationships with the South. Just think about the migration deals with Tunisia, with Egypt, with Mauritania. These are basically sort of deals that at their essence mean not having a foreign policy at all. When a foreign policy becomes a business deal, I give you some cash and you keep the migrants, that's not foreign policy. I mean, we can call it something else, but it's not foreign policy. Now, why do I connect this back to the argument that I'm making? That it is indeed difficult, because indeed we no longer live in that world, to do values the way we once did. It's difficult to promote a human rights agenda in the way we once did. But however, there are principled issues, and I think climate, we can add health, we can add a number of other things, but let me just take climate because it just follows through with everything else that I've said, actually is the one thing that these countries care about, they are interested in. They need not just our financial support, which they need a lot of, but they also need our investments, they need the technical expertise, they need a lot of engagement. And indeed, it may not be the normative agenda that we once had, but it's obviously fundamentally normative, right? In the same way as it is inside the European Union, it is externally as well. So I would really argue that as, in a sense, Green Deal 1.0 ends, 2.0 will still exist, but it will not be called this way, but it will continue in different shapes and forms. I think it becomes even more important as we move ahead in the next 5 years to put this particular issue, to put climate at the core of our relationships in vis-à-vis countries in the global south. Thank you.
So that was the end of goodie bag politics, I guess one would have to say. So no more goodie bags. many issues we could discuss, and we have to end on Italy, obviously, and Meloni. But could we just start on Middle East, Gaza, because you kind of, through your exposé, you just mentioned it. Yeah. So, how does the rest of the world now perceive us? We have been focusing so much on Ukraine. Now we have Gaza. You have accusation of double standards. How on earth do we tackle this overall situation?
That's very difficult, because I ask myself whether we haven't actually gone past the point of no return on this one. And what I mean by this is, when Russia's invasion of Ukraine happened, yes, it's true that we realized that not everyone exactly agreed with us. However, we were solidly part of the global majority. Now, I can't remember the votes at the UN General Assembly, 141, 42, 43, whatever it was, yeah? We were solidly part of that majority. Yes, perhaps, in that majority were countries that were not going to sanction Russia and were not going to provide military assistance to Ukraine. So what, yeah? They stood, in terms of their position, right? We stood with international law and with a global majority. Now, that situation has obviously totally flipped when it comes to the Middle East. And it's totally flipped in a way in which, not only are we part of a minority, and that minority is shrinking and shrinking and shrinking and shrinking, by sticking to that minority, which is becoming smaller and smaller and smaller and smaller, we haven't actually, unlike Ukraine, we were solidly united. Here, it is true that the divisions within the EU are changing, but yet we remain totally divided, yeah? Whether it's on the recognition of Palestine, whether it's on a permanent ceasefire, whether it's on the approach to the international tribunals, we are divided on each and every one of these points. But the reason why I'm so catastrophic on the Middle East is that I say to myself, let's imagine that as of tomorrow morning, you have a united EU position on a ceasefire, on standing up for international law, on a two-state solution. Imagine if we could go back. I was rereading, actually, a council conclusions from December 1999. And there was these 3 paragraphs on what the EU's position what was on the Middle East, and it was really detailing what a two-state solution was. Imagine if we could agree on something like that again. Okay.
24 hours, we agree.
Impossible. But even if that were to happen, I don't know whether the damage done by now in terms of our reputation and credibility is past the point of no return. If we were to again, unite on a principal position as of tomorrow morning, what exactly would the message be? The 36,000 deaths, they were fine for us, no problem. Once you start getting closer to 37,000, then it becomes a little bit more complicated. So we've just messed up in such a colossal way that I'm not arguing here that we shouldn't be doing the right thing. Of course we should, but I'm just not sure whether it's going to be sufficient to repair the damage done.
And the linkage to our possibilities then of pushing our agenda with regards to Ukraine at the global level is obviously then terrible.
Yeah, and it is and I think this connects to the broader global picture. Yeah, I mean, because it's not as if sort of other countries agreed with us necessarily in the past. But if one is to be really cynical about it, it didn't really matter that much, right? I mean, it goes back to that citation right at the beginning that we were living in a world in which, we weren't necessarily leaders of that world, yeah? We were kind of friends of the leader, right? But there was only one leader, right?
We'll get back to that as well.
And the world, what did I mean when I said the world was moving in our direction? Sort of norms like multilateralism, international law, integration, regional cooperation. I mean, the sort of bread and butter of the European Union were the global norms. Everyone wanted to become like us, right? Now they don't. And so the voices of the others who don't want to be like us, who don't actually like us, they never really did, yeah? They matter more. And so they matter, and they're being expressed now in the Middle East, but they matter on Ukraine in a way in which 20 years ago, it wouldn't have mattered that much, yeah, if we were in that minority. Now it does.
I want to go back to your overall point about the green transition. You have also sort of coined the expression greenlash. But when I listened to your talk, it was almost as if this wouldn't really have big sort of consequences for the next sort of time, with the next period of the European Commission, next European Parliament. But we do still have to agree upon a number of things. I mean, just take, new sort of reduction target, 2040, many other things. So it sounded as if it wasn't really that an important development with the green lash.
I mean, I don't want to...
Now that you're in Denmark, green energy and so forth.
I mean, you're absolutely right. As I said, it would be great if we came up with, ambitious 2040 targets, if we move forward on, sort of decarbonizing the agriculture sector, if we moved on to nature conservation in a far more ambitious way. Of course, it would be great. However, the only point I was trying to make here is that even if we don't do these things, and we simply do what we have already agreed to do, that's not, you wouldn't give it a sort of, 90% mark, but you would still give it maybe a 65, 70, right? So what I'm trying to say is not going to necessarily roll us back. And if one is to be totally honest, why is it that on things like agriculture and nature, we got stuck? Why is it that these were not the things that we started off with? We started off with the easy stuff, right? And it was obvious that this was going to become
energy efficiency or what?
I would put it in these terms. We started off on those issues where there is actually a very strong business case in favor. And so it was not just a political push, it was an economic push, it was a business push, yeah? There's of course there are also businesses and stakeholders that were pushing against, yeah? But in the battle, we were, in a sense, we weren't alone, right? Now, you don't have a lot of strong business interests in favor of preserving nature. You don't have a lot of business interests in favor of sustainable agriculture. The forces against have always been much stronger than the forces in favor. But this was the case even, it hasn't become true today. It was the case in 2019 as well. So we just simply pushed the problem forward.
And that's what we have to deal with now then, obviously.
We have to deal with now. I'm not very optimistic.
Oh, we're going to see
that. Even
that.
If it's not a radically more right-leaning EU, if it's even a slightly more right-leaning EU, which it is likely to be, I'm not optimistic. But that lack of optimism does not necessarily translate in a catastrophic pessimism, saying, therefore we're going to roll back on everything that we've done. No.
Okay. And before we end, we need to have the master class on Meloni. And Italy. So we just heard from Mitch. So where was he wrong?
He was very wrong.
No coffee for him, yeah, okay.
No, I think he was wrong only on one point.
Okay, good, yeah.
And the one point is that the assumption that he was making is that given that Meloni wants to remain a majority figure within Italy, she needs to moderate externally. That is not what Italian politics has looked like in the last years, right? In fact, Meloni is not that popular. She's far less popular than others before her. 2019 elections, the Lega, member of the ID group, got 36% in the European Parliament elections. Meloni is going to be very lucky if she gets, my prediction is about 28, let's say 29. She's trying to play it low at 26. Yeah? 26 to 36, that's a 10-point gap. Yeah, and Salvini didn't get that 36% by playing a centrist, right? The Five-Star Movement, 40%, right? So it is something. There's something about Italian politics where where Mish's argument kind of breaks down. Now he is also right though on one point, which is, well, that doesn't. She's not going to do anything particularly stupid on the economy. True, but these others that I mentioned earlier, Salvini, Five-Star Movement, they didn't do anything particularly stupid on the economy, and yet we wouldn't define them as moderates or centrists as a result. The reason why in Italy people don't do stupid things with the economy is that no one actually does anything, yeah? Because, you know, getting stuff done through bureaucracy in Italy is not an easy thing. And that is, on the one hand, you know, sort of what saves us when we have really bad politics like we have now. It's also what prevents us from really making big steps forward when we have good, not good politics. We never have that, but when we have good technocrats that come to save the country when politics is disastrous, like Mario Draghi. He was unfortunately not able to do anything particularly relevant on domestically, I mean on the economy. So, you know, broadly speaking, I agree with many of the points that he was making, but she is already showing her colors, not only in the points that Mish was rightly mentioning, the constitutional reform, the personality cult. This is another important one, yeah? I mean, you know, when I'm on my scooter in Rome and, you know, you're in the middle of the traffic, the heat, and then you stop in front of a bus, yeah, with her big face on it saying, vote Georgia, yeah? Not vote Meloni, vote Georgia.
What happens then?
Well, there's something about, you know, sort of eliminating the role of institutions, even of the party. This is about a personality cult. It's, I am a woman of the people. Yeah, call me Georgia. So there's the personality cult. There's the attempted constitutional reform on the centralization, you know, it's called premierato. Premier in Italy is like the prime minister. Who's the prime minister? So it's about increasing the powers of the prime minister. It's about media freedoms. And it's already about Ukraine. It's already about Ukraine.
In what sense?
Well, as we know these days, yeah, big debate on where is it that weapons can be used, you know. Can they be used to target military targets inside Russia? And even Scholz, yeah, I mean, even Scholz, for goodness sake, right, has said, well, maybe, you know, after all, maybe as so long as they respect international law, it can be done, yeah.
Vielleicht. Yeah.
Meloni has been adamant, no way. So you already begin to see the way in which she's waiting for the phone call. So, you know, Meloni's support for Ukraine was always a variable connected to her relationship with Washington. She needed for everyone, including everyone here, to believe that she was a good Western citizen. What was the way to do it? You know, I mean, she has been more successful than she probably thought herself on pretending she was a good European. She probably, but she thought, okay, maybe I'm not going to be that successful on kind of, you know, pretending to be a Europhile, but I will pretend to be a good Western citizen by doubling down on the relationship with the United States. And how to do this? Ukraine. But of course, if the US changes on Ukraine, and if she already foresees that happening, she's going to change overnight.
And we'll get back to that in the next session. But just a final question. So Meloni and Le Pen, what's going to happen there with that?
Well, you know, they're two prima donne.
Relationship, yes, the queens of Europe. Yeah.
That traditionally did not get on well at all.
Yes.
However, and of course they belong to different families in Parliament. And of course, you know, Le Pen is very closely aligned with Salvini. That is, in a sense, the right, you know, the populist right opposition to Meloni in Italy. However, the two ladies seem to be getting on better these days. And the contacts between them have actually increased quite a bit.
Maybe they don't have that different opinions anyway with regards to Russia and the war.
No, they don't.
As you just indicated.
No, they don't. I mean, the only difference is that one is prime minister and the other is not yet president. But deep down, the views are probably quite similar. Yeah.
I think that's a great sort of linkage to the next session. Thank you very much. And next time we'll figure out when you're actually here on vacation. That'll make it simpler for you instead of going back and forth. I love Germany so much that I'm glad that there are two of them. This is a quote by the French poet François Mauriac. And that was also, you could say, the views of Margaret Thatcher and François Mitterrand when the wall came tumbling back down in about 35 years ago. But at that time, then the US intervened, and we had the pressure on these two countries. We got German unification, we got Maastricht, we got the Euro, the rest is history. This is just one example where the United States of America has played a crucial role in European integration. We could also mention the Marshall Plan, if you'd like to. And now we fast forward to today. We have a different situation, a different United States of America, increasingly turning inwards, also outwards regards to China. So what we'll debate now is obviously what will be the impact of all this on European integration. The core questions will be, what happens if we have a second Biden presidency? How will that be different from a possible second Trump election? And to do this, we have two brilliant speakers. If you'd like to join me up here, we have Arantxa, and you are Dean of the Sciences Po School of International Relations in Affairs in Paris, former Spanish Minister of Foreign Affairs. You've just co-authored an important piece in Foreign Affairs, Trump Proving Europe. How can the continent prepare for American abandonment? That's a pretty strong title, one will have to say. Maida, you are Senior Fellow at the European Council Foreign Relations, former Fellow at Johns Hopkins, and you have just written extensively on the internal politics of the Republican Party. So let's just give them a big hand of applause. And I'll just warn you, we'll not get into the sweepstakes or the probabilities of who will win the American election, what's going to happen in the swing states. That's not what we'll debate. We'll debate what does this actually mean for European integration. And let's start with you, Arantxa, the piece that you've written about this Trump Proving Europe. How on earth can you actually do that? What's the idea behind that term?
Well, thank you very much, Lieke. And let me tell you that was just to get people to read the paper, right?
Well, you succeeded, yeah.
Because the paper, essentially, the thesis of this paper is that Trump is not the problem and Biden is not the solution. That Euro's problem is the lack of integration in Europe. And that the answer to Europe's problem lies in European hands. That's the thesis of this paper. Well, we needed people to read it. And if you had drafted something like the Letta paper or the Draghi paper, nobody would have read this. So we call this Trump Proving Europe basically to dissect in which way US abandonment of the world, a more inward-looking US, which is what this paper argues about, in which way this affects Europe. And more importantly, what should Europe do? So I'm going to try to break down what Europe needs to do, building a bit on also on what we have heard this morning, which has been really good. The first thing we argue in this paper is that where Europe is not integrated, Europe is not competitive.
Sounds like Letta, though.
This sounds like Letta, but we wrote the paper before Letta. So
okay, sorry, yeah.
Give us a bit of credit.
Yeah, okay,
so
yeah.
This paper basically argues that if you look at the three big drivers of the world's competitiveness, technology, energy, and capital, the EU is not integrated, and therefore the EU cannot compete. It's not that the EU has no money. The EU has money. Europeans save a lot, but these savings go to US capital markets. It's not that Europe relied too much on foreign energy. Of course, the EU did. Is that its market was not sufficiently integrated to withstand the blow of one of these sources of energy from one of these markets, all of a sudden cutting into the European market. It's not that the EU doesn't have the ability to do technology. If you look at where most patents in the world are generated, it's in Europe. But Europe does not manage to make its knowledge get into its market. Why is that? Because we are fragmented. Fragmentation is our poison. So the first part of the paper is about, well, if Europe wants to really stand to the possibility of Donald Trump, don't get me wrong, it's not that I'm arguing for Donald Trump to be elected. We would rather...
And vote anyway, I presume.
And vote. We'd rather have the US citizens elect President Biden for a second term because he is a kinder version of a more inward-looking US, but the fact of the matter remains, it's an inward-looking US. Second area which matters a lot to the European Union, it's international trade. 2/3 of Europe's growth depends on Europe breathing with the rest of the world. And the US, whether Biden or Trump, no different. One is protectionist, the other one will be super protectionist if he is elected. So what do? Do we follow that recipe? I don't think it fits with who the EU is. The EU has to do two things. One, on security, it's acupuncture, not bazooka. The US is going bazooka. We can only do acupuncture. And use acupuncture intelligently. Asians know how to play with acupuncture where it hurts.
And where does it hurt then?
And where it doesn't hurt...
Yeah, where does it really, really hurt?
Well, let's look at the saga on electric vehicles to see whether or not we can use intelligently acupuncture. But where the EU has an interest, which is in open markets, double down and do this in Asia. Do this in the area where the US has retreated and do it in the area which poses a challenge to China. This is called CPTPP. So let's do a big alliance with a group of countries that see it like we see it and need it like we need it. Third, it's about security and defense, totally fragmented in Europe too. An area which is very dangerous because unlike Trump 1, here we've got a huge difference. It's called war in Ukraine. Our future depends on war in the Ukraine. If President Trump cuts a dirty deal with Putin on Ukraine, it's the EU who loses. We have tied ourselves to Ukraine. So now we have to walk this to the very end. What does this mean? It means pulling up our socks on defense and security, starting with integrating our defense markets. We need the next commission to have a commissioner for the defense internal market. We don't need Karl von Clausewitz. We need markets that have the same standards. Procurement that work in tandem. And an organization of demand so that we can organize the offer. That's a big challenge. On security and defense, we have more European countries part of NATO. NATO is our security alliance. We have to pull up our socks in NATO too. Europeanize NATO, not pull out of NATO. Make it look, feel, and invest it more by Europeans. Mind you, the last two additions to NATO, Sweden and Finland, I think on Russia. They have their own taste because they've got a border with this country. Fourth, and this is the trickiest, it's democracy. This is where the rubber hits the road. Because obviously there is a big difference between President Trump and President Biden. President Trump emboldens illiberal democracies in Europe. We've spoken a lot about Meloni. I worry less about Meloni. Maybe I'm in a disagreement with Natalie on this one. Why do I worry less? Because if she wants to last in Italian politics, and we know that Italian politics are extremely ephemeral, Conte didn't last, Salvini didn't last. There is a long list of people who didn't last. If she wants to last, and she wants to last, she needs Europe for its economy. So she'll be very careful. And Europe will have leverage vis-à-vis her. I worry about two. One has been mentioned, is called Marine Le Pen. The other one hasn't been mentioned, is called the Netherlands. It's a founding member of the European Union.
I thought referred to Hungary, but no, you didn't.
Yeah, but I don't worry that much about Hungary, frankly speaking. At the end of the day, with Hungary, excuse me for being a bit blunt, it's all been about how much. No decision has been finally blocked by Viktor Orban in Europe. It's only been a matter of time and the number of figures on the check. I worry about Le Pen and I worry about the Netherlands. So to cut a long story short, and maybe we'll leave it here so that we can have a bit of an interaction, to me is, what do we Europeans want Europe to be? Do we want Europe to have 30 years after this world that Natalie was describing to us, a world in which the rest of the world looked like us? Do we want to rejoin the world, or do we want to be shaped by the rest of the world? This is what's on the ballot on the 9th of June. So I'm keeping my fingers crossed that the answer from the European citizens will be clear on this point.
So we'll pull up our socks. Now we move to you, Martha, because you have in your recent, one of the recent pieces, compared Trump's foreign policy to a ghost. Scary in concept, fuzzy in detail. So let's just hear your more detailed description of this ghosts.
Thank you so much. Before I turn to the ghosts, and there are many, can I just say thank you for having us here. And I know you said you don't want to talk about the elections and elections outcome, but the setup does make me feel like Arantxa and I are in a presidential debate, standing behind these tables and with the audience. So it's really
There are no commercials here, so
absolutely. Great time to be in Copenhagen for the first time for me as well. We have compared kind of a ghost of kind of orange spectrum haunting Europe, and obviously a reference to Europe really still licking its wounds from Trump's first term. It's not that long ago. And Europeans have not forgotten all of the kind of area of issues that they've been dealing with Trump's first presidency. And so what we've been doing at ECFR is really trying to make sense of what has happened to the Republican Party since, Trump's departure from at least the White House, not entirely the political scene, and how do we make sense of the cacophony of voices within the Republican Party? In February last year, you have Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell assuring the Europeans that Republicans are with them on Ukraine. And Europeans like to hear these messages, and they usually come back and say, no, Republican Party Senate is with us, no problem. And then, on the other hand, you have Ukraine supplemental that was blocked in the House for so long, and you see the consequences thereof already on the battlefield. You have Trump's ally, Senator Lindsey Graham from South Carolina, basically calling on large-scale strikes on Iran's Revolutionary Guard headquarters and nuclear facilities. And another Trump ally, J.D. Vance, kind of confronting him to say, what nonsense, this is the biggest idiot ever. And so how do we understand what's happening in the Republican Party and who can control Trump's mind if he is reelected is what we were kind of struggling with. And so 2 points there. Arantxa wisely said this is not just about Trump, it's about structural trends in the US policy. We'll come back to that. But even within the Republican Party, we cannot hope to wait out Trump and to return to the Republican Party of our grandfathers. It's not coming back. And most of the data points actually show to that. So if you look at Ukraine supplemental, nearly every Republican senator under the age of 55 voted no on Ukraine supplemental. 15 out of the 17 senators who were elected since 2018 voted no on the supplemental. So the party is changing, and that change will not be reversed after Trump's departure. In fact, if you look at the recent Pew Research polling data, 2/3 of Republicans actually want Trump to retain a political role after the next mandate, or want someone in his mold, a candidate in his mold to run the party. So where is the party headed? And this is where we've looked into really kind of detailed debates between what we called 3 Republican tribes. We've called them restrainers, China prioritizers, and primacists. And we looked at where do they stand on kind of the key issues that animate the European-American relationship: climate and energy, China, trade, Russia-Ukraine, security, NATO, human rights, etc. And so where they differ is that they see the role of the US very differently in terms of US leadership, in terms of US commitment to European security. And so the two tribes that actually dominate the party and are setting direction of travel are not your traditional internationalist Mitch McConnell's, Mike Pompeo's, Nikki Haley's, that we have called primacists, who think we can do many things at the same time and there's interlinkage between the theaters. But it's the kind of J.D. Vances of this party who think that, you know, or Rick Grenell's or Steve Bannon's who think that America either needs to prioritize its own border, you've all heard it. Even Lindsey Graham, who's actually a primacist, didn't show up at the Munich Security Conference because he went to the southern border. And then the kind of China prioritizers, you've all probably heard of Elbridge Colby and Senator Josh Hawley. The whole Heritage Foundation with its new president, Kevin Roberts, is in this China prioritizer mold. They believe that, you know, what Europe was of the generation of our fathers and grandfathers is Asia is to our generation and should be, and that we absolutely need to refocus time and energy to Indo-Pacific, and this should have happened yesterday. And so, you know, the question really in the end is, and this is where I will add some sort of bigger shocks. If Ukraine shock, if that's not going to be enough, there's certainly more shocks coming. We've been working out different scenarios at ECFR, and we're going to publish that soon on, you know, how are these tribes going to try to capture Trump's foreign policy agenda? What will be the interplay? And what, in effect, can we expect from a next Trump administration on China, whether it's economic or security, on Russia and Ukraine? What is that deal going to look like? How is the Trump administration going to approach Zelensky and the Europeans? We've looked at Middle East and North Africa. We've looked at trade. And we've looked at the NATO dimension, because there are kind of detailed plans being developed on minimizing the US role in NATO, short of pulling it out, the famously called dormant NATO. And finally, the one that scares me most, in fact, and goes back to all of previous discussions, is the emergence of this illiberal international. Trump, you know, may not care much about the illiberal leaders in Europe, but they do all care about him returning to the White House. They're sitting and waiting, and so we have a scenario in which, when Trump is elected, the next CPAC meeting in Washington is going to see flocking of these leaders to Washington to kind of try and get Trump support on their agenda, how to undermine the EU policies that they very much dislike. So I'll leave it here.
Excellent. Just make sure there's something with your microphone. Just check it one second. Okay, so the overall point here is obviously there are many similarities because of these sort of structural changes that with regards to the United States of America. So one should not say this is Joe Biden and this is Trump. There's completely different foreign policy, completely different presidency. That's obviously one of your major points. But going back to the telephone call, 24-hour sort of peace talk. Trump wins the election. Putin phones Zelensky, 24 hours. Are we in that conversation? And if we are not, what will Europe then do?
No, clearly, the way thus is seen both from Washington and probably from Moscow is that when the moment comes, Ukraine would want to have a NATO friend seated next to him. And that friend is very likely to be the US. And Russia is likely to want to have a friend seated next to him. And that's most likely going to be China. So the question is, where is Europe in all of this? So for Europe to be there, Europe has to have its own plan. Europe has to have its own strategy, something that it needs to work out with President Zelensky. Obviously, you don't trumpet that, because the moment you trumpet, you don't have it anymore, but you have to prepare for that moment. If you want to be at the table rather than being on the menu, which is what will happen. If we do not prepare, we will be on the menu, because our destiny, we've decided to tie it to Ukraine in different ways. First, in terms of the support we've been providing to Ukraine, very consistently, even when the US was hesitant, as it was in the last 5-6 months. Europe was there financially, but also because we are going to put Ukraine on path to EU accession in the June Council. So it is for us to put on the table what the moment comes, what we think should be a solution, or at least a temporary solution. I don't think, just for the reasons that we just heard, I don't think there is a long-term prospect of a deal, but there is some kind of placeholder that needs to be built, and for that Europe needs to be prepared.
And do you see that coming?
Europe being prepared or Europe sitting at the table? It's
Make
two
your own
different
choice.
things. So could I just comment on this?
Sure.
Because I think earlier you mentioned that there's plenty of US officials who think Europeans are not going to even be consulted or present. We actually believe they will. And there's a couple of reasons for that. One is, obviously, in order to make some sort of a deal with Putin, Trump will have to offer sanctions relief. Europeans should probably participate in that. They will have, if we think back of kind of the method of peacemaking that happened in Trump's first administration, one thing I'm thinking of is Rick Grenell trying to kind of broker the Kosovo-Serbia deal and engage in a land swap. I mean, in essence, none of them really care about the details of the deal. They care about being able to claim quick victory. And they're kind of deal-seeking missiles, and Grenell is definitely going to play the role. So we can kind of trace back and think how they would go about this. And I think they would definitely want to engage Europeans. I mean, they're already engaging Europeans. Viktor Orban has discussed with Trump in Mar-a-Lago the kind of modalities of European position of, or at least his kind of position within EU. And I think what we will have is Europe divided into two camps, at least. One camp, nothing about Ukraine without Ukraine, which will insist that we cannot negotiate the fate of Ukraine because it will be splitting off the territories that are illegally occupied and annexed by Russia. I mean, we know some of the modalities of the deal. You cannot get it unless you give to Putin the parts of the territory that he already holds. And, then there's so many things to juggle. How are the Ukrainians going to respond? They will want European support if pressed by, and so, Europeans will be engaged in one way or another. I think the question is how will they respond? And I think that, the kind of camp that is the biggest and perhaps luckily for us also in terms of the GDP and the spending the strongest within the EU will want to kind of define some core interests that are related to Russia and Ukraine, which are European, which are keeping the territorial integrity, preventing Russia's further revanchism and incursions into Baltics, etc., and kind of setting up conditions for the democratic consolidation of Ukraine that is also related to EU accession. And so I think the other camp in which we'll definitely have Hungary, but as you say, Meloni, the moment Trump comes, Italy will probably flip to the other side, already insists that we're losing with the US, that Ukraine is losing even with the US support, and that we cannot sustain the war effort without them. We have no kind of capabilities to backfill for withdrawal of the US support. And I think the key question really is how, the coalition of the willing, how will they manage to kind of organize outside of seeking consensus in the EU institutions, and whether we're going to be able to step up on kind of backfilling and delivering further military support, training, providing for air defense of the big cities in the West. I mean, there's all of these challenges. When you mentioned 1999 conclusions, I was thinking back of Helsinki Council conclusions, where we had, after the Balkan Wars, an ambition to have 80,000 combat or 60,000 combat-ready troops for deployment. Now that figure is 5,000 in the strategic compass. So, you know, I think in any event, the question really is, whatever we decide, however this plays out, how much are we able to backfill for the withdrawal of US support? How quickly are we able to kind of equip Ukraine, which will be needed even if the ceasefire is reached under Trump? Because the whole point of it kind of then being stable is that one arms Ukraine as quickly as possible, as to prevent Russia being able to kind of rearm and continue its offensive and use that just as a momentum to emerge stronger.
Yes.
Can I on this point?
Definitely.
There is two fundamental differences, in my view, between Trump 1 and possible Trump 2. Let's not, you know, do as if he had been elected already. But there's two fundamental differences. Those that in the EU were very happy to transact with Donald Trump 1 are those that find it hardest to transact with Donald Trump 2 on Ukraine. The second fundamental difference is called the UK. The government in the UK that will result from the election is not the government of the UK that was ready to transact with Donald Trump 1. And it's also the UK, the country that has tied, in a way, its position to that of Ukraine. So I see there a bit of elements to build something that would be a European position that would help ballast the very quick and dirty instincts that are likely to come on the other side of the Atlantic. And maybe the way is, you know, you are the father of the victory, but the terms are determined with a bit more of a European contribution, which is, in my view, where we could land if we wanted to land.
And the camps that Maja mentioned, do you also see that?
In terms of Ukraine debate, I mean, prioritizers and restrainers, they are, you know, the restrainer camp you can kind of almost identify with Tucker Carlson's narrative, which is not just kind of constrained to him. It's really present in the base of the party and the movement, and then you have the China prioritizers, and both of these camps think that Ukraine and European security is not US's key priority. China and Taiwan are. Even if you take, you know, escalation with Philippines in the South China Sea over Sierra Madre, that is another potential crisis that would come in even before any kind of Taiwan crisis. So, you know, if you would have a crisis erupting in the Indo-Pacific where the US needs to get engaged, which they are very, very strongly counting with, if you have another aspect which is close to my heart and work is Western Balkans. The leaders in the Western Balkans have openly announced that they're waiting for Trump to be reelected in order to start revising the borders again. And so if you have multiple crises breaking out at the same time, along with this coalition of illiberal leaders, and Asia especially kind of dragging US to refocus, not just Trump, even Biden, then really the question is, why do we expect the US to remain the backbone of our security? We can't. And the key question is, how quickly can we step up on doing something on our own? And being a child of Bosnia War, I'm a bit traumatized by that. So.
But you mentioned that we should draw up a plan with regards to being able then to have, to have our own voice if we have this infamous then call between Trump, Putin and Zelensky. Who should draw up that plan? Now that we've just heard about France and Germany not having the best relationship, at least they didn't eat when there were pictures taken this time, not like when Macron went to Hamburg and Macron had to eat Fischbrötchen. Even I don't eat Fischbrötchen, although I'm half German, which is basically, fish and bread. So who's going to draw up this plan?
I think this is where this Weimar Triangle comes so handy.
Yeah.
This is where thus...
there's no fish there, at least, yeah.
Well, there's plenty of fish, but this is where this triangle is interesting. This is where what will happen in the German election moving forward matters a lot. This is where how much of this can be, in a way, locked in before.
I mean, this German election or the next one? I mean, the European Parliament one or...
No, the European Parliament is not a German election. It's a European election.
But you already see
there is
lots of
going to be
discussion there.
there is going to be a German election, and I think it's fair to say that that also may take a bit of a difference compared to the current one. This is why dealing with this, as we will have to deal before there may be a change in the French presidency, will matter a lot. But I see the Weimar Triangle a good place to have this conversation. Remember who was the first country to jump to Trump 1 in Europe? It was Poland. So this is where what is happening in Poland and what will happen, what is happening within the Weimar Triangle is so important, because Russia changes the equation in a big way.
Do you agree on that?
Yes, I agree. I definitely.
So then we should maybe just...
as well.
So should we then move to China and a possible trade war and everything, if you look upon it from the Republican Party's perspective?
China is such an interesting bit because Trump is an outlier in his party on China. That is such a kind of outlier generally. You have a bipartisan consensus on China where the Democrats and Republicans are pretty much aligned. They both agree that, you know, all of the national security strategies documents China is the main rival and the competitor, the greatest threat. Chinese hegemony in the Pacific needs to be kind of deterred, and the strategic industrial policy of Biden has kind of followed up in the footsteps of Trump. And if you look at Trump himself, he is obsessed with the trade deficit with China, the US trade deficit. He's less concerned about either kind of, you know, Taiwan contingencies. He has never really come out to say that, and unlike Biden, to say that US would come forward in the defense of Taiwan. He's been criticizing Taiwan for stealing America's kind of semiconductor industry and competitiveness. He has received tens of millions in donations from Chinese state-owned companies to his legal entities, whether it's the hotels or golf courses, etc. And he's been, interestingly, one of the rare, along with Marjorie Taylor Greene and with Kellyanne Conway, one of the rare voices opposing the TikTok legislation on China. And so you can see him somewhere, you know, completely different from where the two parties are. And this has been one of the questions we've been struggling with, to kind of predict where would he go on China. He would actually be disinclined to follow the consensus and congressional pressure. He'd be inclined to try and make trade deal to sell Chinese more goods. He'd keep the rhetoric, but he'd probably be inclined of making some sort of a deal on Taiwan. The question is, will he be able to, or will he remain boxed in in the kind of emerging consensus under the pressure of Congress, but also the fact that all of these loyalists that are sort of, you know, gathering in coalitions to write the policy playbooks for his next administration are all China hawks and prioritizers. And that's going to be really interesting to observe. You know, in the last term you had Trump, complete gap between Trump and his senior officials on Europe, on NATO, etc. So you had the restrainers kind of restraining him from his worst, the other sort of restrainers, from his worst instincts, right? The adults in the room, we called them. This time, the adults in your room, if you want, will be those who actually want to pull out troops from Europe, who want to minimize US role in NATO. But they will be hawks on China. And so if Trump is inclined to make some sort of a deal, it's going to be interesting how is that going to be followed through in the administration and in Congress. We know that, you know, when he made deals with Erdogan over the phone in his first term, that kind of got stopped and blocked by Congress and the administration. So this is really one big unknown. And our prediction in the end, what we wrote, is that he will not, he will remain boxed in and is going to be unable to offer anything that resembles a kind of a deal on China. And thus we will have, the continuation of all of the measures plus the ratcheting up of tariffs, which he has announced to be up to 60%. The question is, how is that going to affect Europe, and how will the Europe position itself?
No, I think...
pull up the socks, yeah.
If I look at Trump 1, the obsession with the trade deficit will continue in Trump 2. the trade deficit in the US is not a signal of the US economic weakness, quite the contrary. It's the reflection of the fact that the US, with the US dollar, with the US capital markets, with the US capacity to invest, attracts a lot of trade deficit. It's the contrary to what he believes. He believes trade deficit is weak, equals weak. Actually, trade deficit in the US is strong. It's a strength. And he will, again, this is what they are saying they will do. And, you know, we know that normally he does what he says he's going to do. He will, again, ratchet up tariffs. We're going to have to eat it because it will hit us. Because he's going to do this for everyone in the hope that this will reduce the trade deficit, which will only go up. So, I mean, this is an avenue that has no solution other than maybe trying to do what we did last time, which is kind of a murky deals to convince him that he's winning something big, the bigger the better, in exchange for these tariffs not applying. But knowing that all of this is theatrical economics. None of this makes any sense. If we look at the US economy today, 70% of the inputs in the US economy come from China. And this is not solvable in the short term, nor is it solvable in the medium term. It's a reality of the interdependence in the world economy. So if you add huge tariffs on these intermediaries, it's going to make your business worse and worse. This is what happened last time. This is what will happen this time. But we'll just have to find another dog with another bone to play. I don't see any other solution. Because what we know also is that the trade representative that apparently Trump has in mind is the same one he had last time, Mr. Lighthizer. And if you read his latest book, it's double down on what he did in Trump 1. So,
Peace in the Economist, if you don't want to spend your summer holiday reading the book. Yeah, sorry. Yeah, you had a final
I
remark?
was just going to say that's an interesting kind of little point of difference between Biden and Trump when it comes to tariffs, because I do think that Biden administration is just much more targeted on protecting strategic sectors rather than kind of going over the board. And there was a brilliant interview at Gideon Rahman's podcast with the former US trade representative under Obama, who was basically saying, hey, it's the reality. We have huge amount of trade with China. We cannot sanction it all. We have to kind of just focus on protecting the key sectors that are in our strategic interest and continue where we can. And I think this is probably going to be different if we get Trump, to come back. At the same time, he is going to impose tariffs on Europe as well. I mean, he has the 10% universal baseline tariff. He is going to try to, push us on, obviously, so many issues at the same time. And I think an important question is, how is then Europe going to position itself in this between rock and the hard place, which is US-China rivalry? We're already having a really difficult time. And I think you had some great thoughts on what we need to do in terms of tactics.
That's for the next time.
Yeah. If this was a political debate, you both won. So let's give them a big hand.
Could I just say,
Yes?
on who is going to lead in Europe and draft plans and responses? I nominate Arantxa.
Yeah. Okay, let's do that. Yeah.
She's not in the ballot.
Yeah. Thank you very much to both of you. This concludes the first part of the conference. Now it's time for break and refreshments. We start again at 15:30, so please be back in your seats, because the Danish Prime Minister will join us. Så det gælder også jer. I må godt gå ud og lave noget andet, men statsministeren kommer kl. 15:30, og der skifter vi, som man allerede kan gætte sig til dansk. Så lad os give vores internationale talere en stor hånd. Thank you very much to our international speakers. Er vi klar? 2 minutter, det gider vi ikke at vente på. Vi kører. Godt, fint. Vi kan spilde folks tid, vel? Altså, det kan vi ikke have. Velkommen tilbage. Rigtig hjertelig velkommen til statsministeren, og velkommen til jer, som jo følger med derude. Let the force be with you. Det var jo det, jeg startede konferencen med at sige, at det er jo det, som man hører, når man er i Ukraine i beskyttelsesrummet, og så går den her app i gang. Sådan en skulle måske også have i Europa, fordi vi har i hvert fald været inde på mange temaer i øjeblikket, hvor den godt kunne ringe. Vi har været inde jo så på hele situationen i Ukraine af gode grunde. Vi har vendt situationen i USA, men jo også det forhold, at væksten har holdt store flyttedage, også politisk indflydelse væk fra Europa, ud andre steder. Så det er jo en prekær situation, Europa befinder sig i, og derfor er vi jo ekstremt glade for, at Mette Frederiksen, statsministeren, har sagt ja til at komme her i dag, også for at tælle lidt ned til det danske EU-formandskab. Og særligt tak, fordi du kommer i dag, efter 17 timer og 41 minutter, forstod jeg i salen, og jeg sad så og regnede lidt på det i morges. 12 fodboldkampe i streg. Der står selv jeg af. Eller sjovere, 48 afsnit af tv-serien Friends. Make your choice. Mette Frederiksen, ordet dit.
Tak for det. Der var en, der sagde, at jeg kom gående hertil over fra statsministeriet. Det var frisk, at jeg gik, men sandheden er, at jeg vurderede efter næsten 18 timers afslutningsdebat i går, at hvis jeg havde sat mig ind i en bil, og den relativt kort køretur, så havde jeg ikke været helt lige så veloplagt, som jeg gerne ville være. Derfor tænkte jeg, at det var godt at gå. Tak for invitationen. Det er jo en tale om Europa netop nu, og det kommende danske formandskab er jo nærmest umuligt at indkapsle på kort tid, fordi alle udfordringer er på Europas bord på en og samme tid. Og derfor bare nogle enkelte, men i mine øjne vigtige nedslag. Det vigtigste først, det er selvfølgelig Ukraine. Og inden da, jeg tror jeg har kun godt at sige om Europa, bare så det er sagt til en start. Og jeg har endnu mere godt at sige om Europa i dag, end for år tilbage, fordi vi har ikke stået stærkere i vores politiske samarbejde, end vi gør netop nu. Men en af svaghederne ved Europa, det er, at vi har indlejret, tror jeg, igennem generationer, Europas styrke og Europas position i verden. Og jeg tror, vi har svært ved at slippe det selvbillede. Jeg tror, vi har svært ved at udfordre os selv. Men jeg må sige, efter utrolig mange samtaler med kolleger rundt omkring i verden, og almindelig iagttagelse af, hvad der sker geopolitisk, at det er ikke sådan, resten af verden ser på Europa. Vi tænker selv, at vi er omdrejningspunktet for resten af verden, men sådan tænker resten af verden ikke, hverken om dem selv eller om os. Og vi har ikke stået i et større udfordringsbillede, end vi gør netop nu, siden 2. verdenskrig. Det gælder sikkerhedspolitisk, det gælder økonomisk, og det gælder bredt geopolitisk. Så situationen er så alvorlig, som den kan blive. Og mit måske vigtigste budskab er, at vi har helt utroligt travlt med at gøre Europa stærkere i dybden og stærkere i bredden, altså i hvor mange lande, der er med i vores politiske union. Ruslands invasion af Ukraine, som vi jo sådan set nok, det er meget, meget let at være bagklog, og derfor begiver jeg mig aldrig ud i at være det. Det er for let. Hvis jeg skal dog tillade mig selv at være det på et enkelt punkt, så skulle vi have sat foden ned allerede i 2014. Det gjorde vi ikke, og det betaler Ukraine en alt for høj pris for, men det gør vi andre også. Og derfor lod vi den køre for langt og er blevet rystet i vores eget fundament. Det afslører jo en form for naivitet, fordi når man ser på Ruslands samlede ageren i den her verden, så er der sådan set ikke noget, der burde overraske os i, at de heller kan finde på en full-blown angrebskrig ind i et europæisk land, som Ukraine er. Rusland er en reel trussel mod Europas frihed. Det kommer i mange former, abstrakte som værende konkrete, så det kan have mange forskellige udtryk, men det kommer hver eneste dag. Om det er oplysningskampagner set med russiske briller, set med europæiske påvirkningskampagner, hvor man forsøger at ødelægge vores demokratiske valg. Det kommer vi til at se frem mod 9. juni. Om det er cyberangreb på private offentlige virksomheder og i den offentlige opinion i det hele taget. Om det er hybride angreb, potentiel sabotage, kritisk infrastruktur, eller at man skubber migranter ind over grænsen den ene dag via Belarus til de baltiske lande, den anden dag ind i Finland via den langstrakte grænsedragning der. Eller det er russisk destabilisering i Sahel-området i Afrika, om det er deres rolle i Mellemøsten, om det er deres påvirkning af negativ karakter ind i Armenien, Georgien, Moldova eller Vestbalkan, så følger det i mine øjne det samme mønster. Og derfor er jeg af den overbevisning, at vi står ved begyndelsen af en ny æra. Og det, vi troede var den nye normal, det blev, tror jeg, en parentes i Europas historie. Og derfor er det så alvorligt, som det kan blive. Det er også derfor, vi nu opruster markant. Det gør vi i den europæiske søjle i NATO-samarbejdet, det gør vi i Danmark. Vi bruger nu i år 2,4% af BNP. Jeg skal ikke lægge skjul på det, noget af det, jeg er mest stolt af som statsminister. Vi opruster for at undgå krig. Vi opruster for at afskrække Rusland for at gå yderligere. Men vi opruster jo også, fordi vi er der nu, hvor vurderingen er, at Rusland vil kunne angribe ind, også i et NATO-land, i løbet af 2 til 5 år. Så vi opruster for at undgå krigens, at den udvider sig yderligere, og vi opruster for at afskrække. Vi opruster også, set med danske briller, for at bidrage mere til vores kollektive ansvar, og fordi at vi ikke længere vil ligge i læ af andre. Og med det også sagt, at skiftende amerikanske præsidenter, og dem har der været flere af, har haft ret fra start til nu, at Europa skulle have gjort mere på et tidligere tidspunkt. Det er faktisk forkert at sige Europa, fordi en række af også vores europæiske allierede har, da vi andre trak fredsdividenden ud til andre gode formål, der var der nogle af dem, blandt andet Polen, der vedblev med at have et højt budget på forsvarsområdet. Men ellers er det i høj grad amerikanerne, som vi har tænkt ville komme og hjælpe os, hvis situationen måtte opstå. Vi troede faktisk ikke, at situationen ville opstå. Nu ved vi, at situationen kan opstå, og vi har, jeg ved ikke om alle er enige, men jeg har i hvert fald truffet den beslutning på vegne af Danmark, at vi ikke længere venter på, at nogle andre hjælper os. Vi skal kun stå i egen ret. Det kan Danmark jo ikke alene. NATO er og bliver den vigtigste sikkerhedspolitiske og forsvarspolitiske alliance, der findes. Men den europæiske søjle i vores NATO-samarbejde bliver nødt til at vokse sig stærkere og større. Og derfor, når vi om ganske kort tid i det europæiske samarbejde kigger ind i de næste 5 år, som jeg tror bliver afgørende for Europas næste 50 år, der bliver forsvar og sikkerhed nummer 1. Og sådan har det ikke været i lang tid. Ukraine yder et formidabelt, et næsten overmenneskeligt forsvar af dem selv mod det, som jeg tror er drivende, ikke kun for Putin, det vil være en fejl at tro, det handler om ham, men for Rusland, nemlig ønsket om et større russisk imperium. Men de kan ikke gøre det alene, og man kan ikke forsvare et land, hvis ikke man har luftforsvar. Og derfor er det allervigtigste, vi kan gøre som europæere, det er at levere det, som Ukraine har brug for. Det er ammunition, det er luftforsvar, og så er det en yderligere egen produktion. Det er imponerende mennesker, det bliver jeg bare nødt til at sige til jer. Og når vi andre bruger meget tid på noget, så bruger Ukraine utrolig kort tid på noget, og derfor det næste, det er bare for at involvere jer i det, det næste store kapitel, vi går i gang med, det er at støtte produktion ind i Ukraine af våben, ammunition og andet, fordi de simpelthen producerer hurtigere, end vi andre kan finde ud af. Desværre. Vores F-16-fly er snart på vej. De vil ikke i sig selv ændre dynamikken på slagmarken, men de har en vigtig symbolsk betydning. Og tak til alle her i Danmark for, at vi har tur at gå forrest på den vigtige opgave sammen med andre gode allierede i vores F-16-koalition. Med alt det, jeg siger her, siger jeg også, at enhver snak om krigstræthed uden for Ukraine, synes jeg er pinagtig. Og vil være et lavpunkt i europæisk historie. Jeg kan forstå, hvis ukrainerne på et tidspunkt bliver træt, men jeg tror faktisk ikke, det kommer til at ske. De har besluttet sig for at forsvare sig mod diktaturet, og de bliver ved. Det er vores opgave at sørge for, at det kan lade sig gøre. Apropos egen produktion ind i Ukraine, en helt central forudsætning for, at Europa kan forsvare sig selv og afskrække, det er, at vi får gang i vores egen forsvarsindustri på en helt anden skala, end vi har været vant til i rigtig, rigtig mange år. Og derfor er den europæiske søjle af NATO-samarbejdet, og dermed sammensmeltningen, de facto i hverdagen af det arbejde, vi laver i EU, og det arbejde, vi laver i NATO, det er et helt nyt vilkår. Der er sikkert mange af jer, der godt ved det, at jeg er transatlantisk i hjertet, og altid vil starte og slutte med NATO. Men jeg vil bare dele en enkelt ting med, at når på lederplan, der mødes vi en gang om året i NATO-sammenhæng. Vores forsvars- og udenrigsminister mødes oftere, men som leder mødes vi en gang som udgangspunkt i NATO. Da krigen kom til, så blev kadencen sat lidt op. I EU, der mødes vi hele tiden, og heldigvis, for der er mange beslutninger, der skal træffes, og det vil være helt vanvittigt, hvis ikke vi brugte det rum, vi har sammen, til at snakke forsvar og sikkerhed nu, men også i de kommende år. Og en styrkelse af europæisk forsvarsproduktion kræver i mine øjne meget mere privat kapital, risikovillig offentlig kapital, og også en højere grad af samordning af den europæiske våbenproduktion, fordi vi ganske enkelt har for mange systemer og for mange forskellige platforme, som blandt andet Ukraine lige nu skal navigere på. Fra sikkerhed til økonomi, som i øvrigt i de her år ikke kan ses uafhængigt af hinanden. Vi befinder os i det, jeg vil kalde et strategisk øjeblik. Det økonomiske tyngdepunkt, det flytter til Asien. Det internationale verdenshandelssystem, som er bygget op igennem årtier, udfordres. Det er den positive udlægning. Og set med europæiske briller står vi for svagt i det teknologiske kapløb. Det kræver, at vi kommer op i gear. EU skal være stærkere og skal være større, det vender jeg tilbage til. Det betyder også, at gode intentioner skal følges op af handlinger. Når præsident Zelensky første gang siger, at han har brug for ammunition, så skal vi levere ammunition. Når han siger, at han ikke kan beskytte den østlige del af Ukraine, medmindre han får luftforsvar, så skal vi levere luftforsvar. Hvis vi skal gennemføre den grønne omstilling, som vi gerne vil, så skal vi selv kunne producere den teknologi, som den er afhængig af. Og når migrationspresset på Europa igen er stigende, så skal vi kunne beskytte vores egen ydergrænse. Der skal ganske enkelt være kortere fra tanke til handling, som vi så det under pandemien, og som vi i øvrigt har set det i håndteringen af energikrisen. 2 kriser, der har ramt Europa hårdt, men som har været fantastisk godt håndteret, synes jeg. Sidste år, der så vi meget konkret, hvor høj en europæisk pris vi betaler, når vi er for afhængige af nogen, vi ikke deler interesser med, nemlig de russiske fossile brændstoffer. Det må ikke gentage sig. Afhængighed af teknologi og kritiske råstoffer er mindst lige så problematisk, som energien er. Vi bliver nødt til at beskytte vores egen intellektuelle ejendomsrettigheder. Vi skal stå vagt om vores forskning. Vi skal tænke over, hvem vi forsker sammen med, og hvilke rum vi lader nogen komme ind i. Og vi må ikke undervurdere det globale kapløb om de kritiske teknologier. Og derfor bliver vi nødt til at gøre det nemmere at investere og innovere og skalere i Europa. Vi skal ikke alene blive bedre til at tiltrække private investeringer udefra. Vi skal også holde pengene i Europa, og lige nu sker det modsatte. Det er derfor, at nogle af os går meget op i kapitalmarkedsunionen, noget der for mange lyder utroligt kedeligt, men som er en af de afgørende parametre i, om vi kommer foran igen. Og det kan lyde meget klichéagtigt, så bliver vi nødt til at komme af med den spændetrøje, vi giver os selv og de snubletråde. Vi er blevet bureaukratiets højborg på det internationale verdenskort, og det er vores egne regler, altid med gode intentioner, men det er vores egne regler, der forhindrer vores egne virksomheder i lige nu at kunne konkurrere globalt. Vi ser det meget tydeligt på for eksempel vedvarende energi, Og derfor bliver vi nødt til i løbet af de kommende år at få tænkt meget mere på tværs. Og det bliver ret afgørende også i diskussionen om indretning af kommissionen, som stadigvæk er meget søjleopdelt. Men da alting skal ses på tværs af søjlerne, så skal vi også der sadle om. Vi risikerer jo, sagt med andre ord, at vi oversvømmes af varer, som har så meget statsstøtte i ryggen af vores egne virksomheder, ganske enkelt bliver udkonkurreret. På Esbjerg Havn, der holder der allerede tusindvis af kinesiske elbiler, der venter på at trille ud på danske og europæiske veje. Om ikke ret lang tid, så har de kunstig intelligens i sig, og så er det meget mere end en bil. Så er det meget mere end en bil. Vi har tabt konkurrencen på solceller. Vi er tæt på at gøre det på vind. Vi skal blive bedre til aktivt at screene investeringer. Vi skal sætte ind over for unfair subsidier og dumping. Og vi bliver nødt til at indgå flere strategiske partnerskaber omkring kritiske råstoffer. Så, sagt med andre ord, nye tider kræver nye svar. Det er ikke ret mange år siden industripolitikken levede sådan lidt en skyggetilværelse i Europa. Der var udbredt skepsis over for statsstøtte. I en ny verden, der må dogmerne falde, og realismen den må sejre. Og vi bliver i mine øjne nødt til at gå til alle spørgsmål med et åbent sind, også hvad angår statsstøtte. Og ikke mindst, når det handler om kritiske teknologier og sektorer, der tror jeg ikke, der er nogen vej udenom også at bruge det redskab. Det gælder på forsvarsområdet, men det gælder også på de nye grønne teknologier, brint, power to x og andre ting. Og må ikke bare, jeg har sikkert talt for længe allerede nu, Lykke, må jeg ikke bare sige, altså, kære Europa, vi bliver nødt til at holde fast i vores ambitioner på den grønne omstilling. Det er som om pendulet begynder at svinge nu fra skåltalerne og de fine mål til en mere konkret virkelighed. Og det er svært, men vi er jo nogen i al beskedenhed, der er i gang med at bevise, at det godt kan lade sig gøre at komme i mål med meget ambitiøse klimamål. Vi kommer til at leve op til 25-målsætningen, selvom ingen troede, det ville gå sådan. Og vi kommer også i mål med vores 30-målsætning, men vi har gjort det i Danmark på en måde, så det ikke har sat sig i øget ulighed, polarisering, uenighed, uvenskab mellem generationer eller mellem regioner i vores eget land. Og det er samme øvelse, vi skal igennem nu i Europa. Og det er i mine øjne centralt for vores samlede konkurrenceevne, at vi ikke sakker bagud på den grønne teknologi. Og igen, hurtigere godkendelser og mere risikovillig finansiering i samarbejde med private aktører. Og så er der noget så kedeligt, som at vi skal have forbundet Europa på energiområdet. Og jeg skal nok lade være med at bruge lang tid på det, men vi har et fantastisk hav omkring Danmark. Vi er skatkammeret sammen med gode naboer, Tyskland, Belgien, Holland, UK, som vi har i øvrigt har en interesse i at holde sig tæt på vores europæiske samarbejde, som overhovedet muligt også, hvad angår EU. Men vi har også et godt hav til den anden side. Vi har et tæt samarbejde med de baltiske lande, med de skandinaviske lande og med Polen og Tyskland den vej. Men vi kan ikke komme af med al den grønne vedvarende energi, hvis ikke vi får bygget en meget stærkere europæisk infrastruktur. Beklager, hvis det lyder kedeligt, men det er meget let at tale om klimaforandringer. Det er nede i maskinrummet, vi kan levere de rigtige resultater. Lykke, har jeg 3 minutter mere? Okay. Jeg går aldrig med ur. Jeg så ikke, hvornår jeg startede.
Nej, du har 3 minutter.
Hvis jeg kun har 3 minutter tilbage, det havde jeg også for lidt siden, så bliver jeg nødt til også lige at sige et par ord omkring migration, hvor tingene flytter sig rigtig meget på den europæiske scene. Vi vil vedblive med at være udfordret som kontinent. Det internationale asylsystem er de facto brudt sammen, og vi er alle sammen fra flygtninge til deres familier til modtagerlande og transitlande offer for ekstremt kyniske menneskesmuglere og handlere, og det er dem, der reelt bestemmer i dag over migrantstrømme. Det er så udemokratisk, som det overhovedet kan blive. I kan godt huske, at vi for år tilbage gik i gang med at tale om, at vi havde behov for at etablere et helt nyt system. Der var måske ikke så meget lydhørhed over for det for år tilbage. I dag samarbejder vi i en gruppe af EU-lande, der udgør majoriteten af EU-lande. Vi har netop sendt brev til den både nuværende og den kommende kommission sammen med 14 andre EU-lande. Vi peger på alt fra bedre beskyttelse af egne og ydre grænser, tilbagesendelse og ikke mindst forpligtende partnerskaber med tredje lande. Jeg er overbevist om, at kommissionen lytter til det her, og at vi dermed også kommer tættere på nogle reelle nye europæiske løsninger. De 3 minutter er næsten gået, og det er virkelig ærgerligt, fordi det næste kapitel, det handler om udvidelsen.
Det tager vi så.
Ja, der er 30 sekunder.
Okay, jeg gemmer mig her.
Ja, fordi det her, jeg bliver nødt til lige at sige et par ord omkring det her. Vi har nogle lande, der ligger meget, meget tæt på vores europæiske union. De lande er i gang med en voldsom transformation for at komme tættere på den europæiske union. Der er et klart pro-europæisk perspektiv. De knokler for at få truffet de beslutninger, der skal til. Men det er også lande, der er skrøbelige, fordi de er underlagt et voldsomt russisk pres. Meget større end det, vi andre oplever i den vestlige del af det europæiske samarbejde. Og hvis ikke de her lande har et klart europæisk perspektiv, så vinder Rusland. Og derfor er udvidelsen, de næste runder udvidelser, afgørende. Det er vigtigt at holde landene tæt på os, set geopolitisk, men det er også vigtigt for alle de mange kræfter, der er i landene, der ønsker at være med i den europæiske familie og ikke vende sig tilbage til det russiske diktatur, som de kender. Og derfor, det vi har behov for i de kommende år, det er et stærkere Europa. Og et stærkere Europa kan kun lade sig gøre, hvis der er en stærk europæisk union. Der er ingen anden vej. Dem, der påstår det modsatte, har ikke ret. Hvis ikke der er en stærk europæisk union, så er der ikke et stærkt Europa. Og hvis ikke der er et stærkt Europa, så er der heller ikke et stærkt Danmark. Og det stærke Europa er i substansen og i dybden, men det er også i antal lande, og derfor er udvidelsen afgørende. Så er min tid gået for længst. Men hold da op, der er mange opgaver de kommende år for os alle sammen.
Tusind tak skal du have. Et strategisk øjeblik er det, vi er i, og nye tider kræver nye svar, var noget af det, du var inde på. Og de minutter, jeg har nu her, der vil jeg godt komme ind på 3 ting, der er altid farligt at sige det, men nu prøver jeg altså alligevel. For der er måske 3 ting, jeg godt lige vil hitte ud af, hvor nye de så er, så at sige. Altså, udvidelsen, som du har sluttet med her. Skal den så foregå på samme måde, som vi har gjort indtil videre? Københavnerkriterier og så videre, eller kunne man forestille sig, at det strategiske øjeblik, det simpelthen bliver så akut for os alle sammen, vi er nødt til at se anderledes på udvidelsen, finde på andre metoder, eller er det der business as usual? Nej, du tager en gang, ja.
Jamen, jeg tror egentlig, jeg vil starte her i NATO, fordi vi besluttede i Vilnius sidste år, at Ukraine har et klart NATO-perspektiv. Det siger sig selv, der er et stykke vej, før at Ukraine bliver medlem af NATO, men det vi er i gang med nu i Ukraine, det er i virkeligheden at gøre deres forsvar, alt inklusiv, klar til sådan lidt plug and play. Nu får det til at lyde meget let, det er der ikke noget, der er omkring den krig, men at gøre deres forsvar klar til, at de så at sige kan gå ind. Det kræver rigtig meget for et forsvar at være med i NATO, og vi er i gang med at gøre dem klar til det, og jeg synes, vi skal se EU-udvidelsen i virkeligheden på den samme måde. Jeg er meget stærkt tilhænger af en meritbaseret tilgang, og at man er medlem på det tidspunkt, man er klar. Og det kræver rigtig meget for alle lande at nå derhen. Men den mellemliggende periode, altså fra hvor vi står nu til medlemskabet, den vil selvfølgelig være forskellige lande imellem, men vi skal bruge den tid mere konkret og mere offensivt, end vi måske har haft tradition for. Jeg synes, altså på den udenrigs- og sikkerhedspolitiske dimension, synes jeg, at vores nye samarbejde, som I ved, vi mødes nu i nyt format 2 gange om året, ikke alene EU-landene, men også med vores allierede lande i kredsen uden for EU. Det fungerer utroligt godt.
European Political Community.
Ja, og mødes her i juli måned næste gang i London. Og den der type formater skal vi gøre meget mere af, og det kan overføres til andre områder. Så jeg synes, vi skal holde fast i, hvornår man kan blive medlem, men jeg vil gerne bruge den mellemliggende periode meget mere offensivt, end vi har haft tradition for.
Okay. Så går vi videre så til det danske EU-formandskab, for det er jo svært at forudse, hvor vi er henne der om, hvad var det, jeg sagde, det var 369 dage, eller 396 dage. Der overtager Danmark så stafetten, så 1. juli 2025. Så hvor i hulen EU er henne på det tidspunkt, det er jo svært at forudse. Men man kunne godt, når man ser EU-kalenderen, regne sig frem til, at det kan være, at det på det tidspunkt, man skal se og kigge på EU's nye 7-årige husholdningsbudget. Så det er med gysserne. Og når vi nu skal tænke nyt, skal vi så også tænke nyt med hensyn til gysserne. Du nævnte jo i hvert fald, at det var i Paris for nylig, at det skulle vi også se på med åbent sind, og der var nogle døre, vi ikke skulle lukke. Kan du løfte sløret lidt mere for det? Ikke grine.
Nej, jeg sagde.
Altid vigtigt med penge.
Ja, det er det absolut. Jamen, jeg går til det fra en lidt anden vinkel. Hvis vi zoomer lidt ud og kigger på Europa nu, hvad er det, vi har behov for at investere i de kommende år? Massivt i sikkerhed og forsvar. Altså, nu er vi endelig der, hvor vi vil være i vores bidrag fra dansk side. Jeg tror ikke, det bliver nok med de 2,4%. Det har jeg været meget åben og ærlig om hele vejen igennem. Og man kan jo ikke tilrettelægge sin forsvarsbudget derude efter, hvad man synes, der er rart. Det kan man jo simpelthen ikke. Altså, man skal tilrettelægge dem ud efter, hvad der er behov for. Og jeg tror, at behovet kommer til at stige. Så søjle 1, sikkerhed, der kommer vi til at skulle bruge flere penge. Det gør vi også på hele den grønne omstilling. Det kræver ganske meget kapital at få omlagt den europæiske økonomi til at være grøn. Med alt inklusiv. Så nævnte jeg før det teknologiske kapløb. Det kommer til at kræve rigtig mange investeringer. Tag bare kunstig intelligens som et område. Vi kunne tage kvantefysikken som det næste. Vi kunne tage space som det tredje. Kommer til at kræve investeringer. Og jeg er socialdemokrat, så jeg vil have en rimelig social balance i de beslutninger, der træffes, og er meget, meget stærk tilhænger af de europæiske velfærdssamfund, socialsamfund, stater. Og når jeg kigger på alle 4 søjler, så mangler jeg i hvert fald økonomi sammen med mine kolleger til at komme hele vejen rundt. Og vi bliver nødt til at have det udgangspunkt, fordi det, der gør det så djævelsk svært i de her år, det er, at vi kan ikke tage en af søjlerne ud. Vi kan ikke sige, det der med klimaforandringer, vi venter lige 10 år til, vi har fået oprustet. Så vil noget af det være for sent. Vi kan heller ikke sige, vi overlader det til nogle andre at udvikle altså fremtidens teknologier. Det skal vi selv kunne. Så det kan vi heller ikke vente med. Vi kan heller ikke sige, vi gider ikke have et ordentligt luftforsvar. Det går ikke. Og derfor bliver vi nødt til også med danske briller at løfte os i den her diskussion. Og se på, okay, der er et kæmpe finansieringsbehov. Det er derfor, jeg taler meget om kapitalmarkedsunionen. Offentlig, privat partnerskab. Men selvfølgelig bliver vi også nødt til at gå til EU-budgettet med en anden tilgang end sidste gang, fordi alting har forandret sig siden da. Det er et andet Europa, det er en ny verden. Og så, vores formandskab, hvad er prioriteterne der? Jamen altså, jeg tror ikke, når vi overtager formandskabet, og der er jo ikke så lang tid til, at prioriteterne vil være anderledes end mange af dem, jeg opridser her. Hvis jeg skal få et enkelt til, uden at stjæle jeres tid, så er det tech-giganterne og reguleringen af dem, inden de får stjålet den sidste rest af vores børns barndom. Og det er de i fuld gang med. Og den diskussion bliver vi nødt til at få løftet på europæisk plan, hvis jeg bare skulle lægge en enkelt ting til.
Så jeg forstår det der med, at vi ser mere åbent på budgettet, og der kan man så se på mange forskellige måder. Man kan sætte budgettet op, eller man kan finansiere det ved hjælp af gæld. Det er sådan set åbent.
Men der er selvfølgelig også altid en diskussion om ikke der er noget inde i budgettet, hvor vi kunne bruge pengene på en anden måde.
Det kunne tænkes.
Og man ikke vi kommer til at skulle kigge hele vejen rundt, når vi når så langt. Og så er der det her med, så er der det med de indefrosne midler og renterne deraf, hvor der... Ja. Ja, vi indfryser ikke så mange andre, i hvert fald ikke af den kaliber. Rigtig, rigtig vigtigt arbejde, der pågår i G7, som i mine øjne er den rigtige ramme for det. Amerikanerne ligger langt foran. Og det er klart, vi er rykket tættere på at finde en løsning. Vi har kæmpet for det her ret længe. Og der vil vi jo så have en mulighed for den store investering, der er nødvendig i Ukraine, også på lidt længere bane. Må ikke bare lige understrege det. De der sikkerhedsaftaler, vi indgår i den her tid med Ukraine, hvor G7 var først, og vi var så et af de lande, der rykkede ud hurtigst derefter. Vi har finansieret vores sikkerhedsaftale også i de kommende år, ikke bare næste år. Det er helt, helt afgørende for Ukraines tiltro til, at vi bliver der. Det var bare lige en reklame for sikkerhedsaftaler, som vi
Så fik vi også, og der Belgien
sidder og bruger
har
meget
også
tid på.
indgået ind. Ja. Vi har 2 minutter. Jeg kunne egentlig godt lige tænke mig at høre det med, jeg starter med vennerne med Friends, ikke? Er der nogle nye venner, når vi nu ser på, hvordan EU-systemet fungerer i øjeblikket? Før hørte vi, før du kommer Weimar-trekanten, vi har nu Polen, der begynder lidt at kigge mere over på tyskerne og franskmændene. Man kan jo også konstatere, at Olaf Scholz han rejste op til Skandinavien og holdt møde med de nordiske lande. Får vi nogle andre konstellationer? Donald Tusk, kommer han til at mødes med jer inden topmøderne? Ser du, der bliver rusket op i venneformationerne i EU?
Ja, og
du har fået nye venner.
Heldigvis for
endelig
det.
Nu sker der noget. Ja, det er godt.
Heldigvis for det.
Måske også mistet en. Det kunne jo godt være. Britterne.
Jamen, det synes jeg kun er ulykkeligt.
Ja,
og alt, hvad jeg hører fra britterne, er jo et ønske om at have så tæt et samarbejde med os som overhovedet muligt. Jeg har aldrig været tilhænger af et hårdt Brexit. Aldrig. Jeg har fra starten af, det er jo en britisk beslutning, men jeg har fra starten af haft det synspunkt, at alt, hvad vi kan gøre for at holde englænderne tæt på EU, det skal vi gøre. Ja, der bliver, jamen, men det er jo ærgerligt, vi har så kort tid, ikke? Fordi
kommer poesibogen fra Mette Frederiksen.
Ja, præcis.
Alle topmøderne.
Jamen, fordi det er i så kolossal forandring, at jeg ikke er sikker på, at alle faktisk har forstået, heller ikke dem, der sidder i omkring Bruxelles. Fordi I ved, så har der været nord og syd som sådan traditionelt, og så har der været øst og vest. It's all gone. It's all gone. Fordi syd er ikke syd længere. Og det giver ikke nogen mening med det emne, der er det allervigtigste, nemlig sikkerhedspolitik, at have en skelnen mellem øst og vest. Og det nu tættere samarbejde mellem Frankrig, Tyskland og Polen er fantastisk. Polen er et af de største medlemslande. Vigtigt land. De skal spille en, i mine øjne, meget, meget central rolle. Noget af det bedste samarbejde, jeg selv har indgået i, jeg nævnte migrationssamarbejde før, 14-15 lande. Det er meget unikt. Det er det, vi har gang i. Vi kalder det tjekkiske initiativ. Jeg var i Prag i forgårs aften før vores gode lange debat i Folketinget. Det er et samarbejde, vi har lavet. I tror, det er løgn, når jeg fortæller om det. Vi sidder simpelthen med regneark på bordet. Den tjekkiske statsminister, den nu desværre afgående hollandske statsminister,
Nej, vi forstår.
Ja, det er hollænderne, der bestemmer det, men Mark er en god ven. Og så Danmark, og vi sidder sammen, og så har vi simpelthen regneark foran os på bordet. Hvad har Ukraine behov for af hvilken type ammunition? Hvorhenne og hvornår? Og så sidder vi og ser på, okay, vi har behov for flere af de der 155. Og så i næste spalte, okay, hvem i verden har 155, og vi kan købe? Okay, det koster så meget. Og så ringer vi simpelthen rundt til gode venner og lige og siger, kan vi ikke lige smide 100 euro, millioner, på bordet, fordi så kan vi opkøbe lidt her. Jeg tror, hvis nogen havde fortalt dig, Lykke, for år tilbage, at en dansk statsminister ville sidde en sommeraften i Prag med regneark over artilleriammunition og alt muligt andet, sammen med 2 kolleger, en fra Tjekkiet og en fra Holland, så har I sagt,
jeg havde heller aldrig troet, at vi stod med en spade nede i Tyskland.
Nej.
Spaden, ikke Scholz.
Nej. Som er, hvis vigtighed og dygtighed i øvrigt bliver undervurderet, synes jeg, i den europæiske debat. Men du har jo ret. Hvis nogen for 5 år siden har sagt, Mette, du kommer til at rejse til Tyskland sammen med den tyske kansler for at åbne nye produktionslinjer op på en tysk ammunitionsfabrik, så jeg sagde, mundov. Så min oplevelse er, at samarbejdet i EU er i fuldstændig og aldeles opbrud i forhold til partigrupper, i forhold til geografi. Og derfor kommer vi nok også til at se mere og mere af, at nogle lande går sammen. Fordi nogle lande vil være mere optaget af nogle dagsordner end andre, og så driver en udvikling fremad. Og det behøver bestemt ikke at være dårligt. Altså, jeg tror faktisk tværtimod, at det er godt.
Du må godt blive, men jeg tror, du skal ud og have noget luft, fordi du vil godt have meget energi, men ikke desto mindre. Efter alle de der timer, så tusind tak, fordi du kom. Tak skal du have. Vi går nu videre, fordi der er jo også nogen, der har arbejdet hårdt, men de ser også friske ud efter en lang debat i går. Jeg venter lige til, at alle er gået ud, så vi har fuld koncentration på vores næste diskussion. Og det synes jeg at have nu. Godt! Det er lettere at finde en far til et forældremøde, der vil skrive referat. Sådan sagde jo så Mette Frederiksen i går til afslutningsdebatten om vanskeligheden ved at finde en borgerlig oppositionsleder. Den jagt overlader jeg til fulde til hende. Det har vi ikke noget med at gøre her i Tænketanken Europa eller Godeste Fedespil. Men vi er super glade for, at vi har fundet 2 oppositionsledere, der er klar til at tale om Europa og reflektere over Mette Frederiksens tale. Så hvis jeg må kalde herop, Pia Olsen Dyhr, SF, og så Alex Vanopslagh fra Liberal Alliance. Og lad os give jer begge to en... Og jeg skifter lige det der vand ud, så du får noget. Jeg beklager, det er plastikflasker. Det tager vi en anden dag. Nå.
Ja, det havde ikke gået med Margrethe Auken.
I know. Det havde jeg ikke tudet. Jeres umiddelbare reaktion på statsministerens tale, og det jeg egentlig godt vil fiske lidt efter, det er uenigheder. For nu kan godt være, at jeg ikke er god nok som ordstyrer, men jeg har været en hel del rundt i det danske land, og det er nogle gange altså ret svært at finde ud af, hvor har vi egentlig skillelinjerne henne i den europæiske debat. Så kunne I ikke også hjælpe os lidt med det? Vil du starte?
Nå, men jeg vil nok bare starte med at sige, at det er jo svært at finde uenighederne. Og det er jo måske et godt tegn, at på tværs af politiske skel har vi i høj grad den samme analyse af, hvad er Europas udfordringer, og hvad er det for en situation, vi ser ind i. Nu prioriterede jeg selv i går til afslutningsdebatten i Folketinget ene og alene at tale om Europa og EU og det forestående EP-valg, hvor jeg brugte en del krudt på at tale om krigen i Ukraine, behovet for markant oprustning, som statsministeren også var inde på. Jeg talte også en hel del om det faktum, at gennem de sidste 15 år, altså siden finanskrisen stort set, der er væksten så godt som stagneret samlet set i EU, og det er et kæmpe problem. Så på en lang række områder, som statsministeren nævnte, der er jeg enig også i forhold til migration. Der, hvor jeg tror, der kan være nogle uenigheder, og nu skal jeg passe på, at jeg ikke lægger nogle ord i munden på statsministeren, når hun ikke kan tage til genmæle, selvom det kunne man måske godt finde på i andre sammenhænge, men lad det ligge. Det er jo i forhold til den analyse, der er helt rigtig, nemlig at hele det her frihandelsparadigme, det er ved at blive nedbrudt. Det er det jo ude i verden. Vi er udfordret af Kina og deres store statsstøtte til udvalgte strategiske sektorer. Vi er udfordret af, at mange af de virksomheder, vi mister i Europa til USA, jo blandt andet skyldes deres Inflation Reduction Act. Altså at selv dem, der er allieret med os i den vestlige verden, at de fører en protektionistisk politik mod os. Og så kan man jo godt stå med de liberale dogmer og sige, nej, vi skal stadig have 100% frihandel og frem og tilbage. Og der må man jo nok erkende, at spillepladen bliver anderledes, fordi så stor en magtfaktor er EU ikke. Jeg kunne forestille mig, at jeg har en uenighed med statsministeren i forhold til, hvor meget skal man åbne op for statsstøtte, og hvor meget skal vi være interesseret i en konkurrence mellem 27 lande i statsstøtte, og hvor meget skal vi i stedet stræbe efter, at internt mellem EU-landene skal der være så lidt statsstøtte og unfair konkurrence som muligt, og at vi skal være meget påpasselige med, hvilke industrier vi bygger nogle hegn om. Altså Jake Sullivan har jo kaldt det small yard, high fences, og der er jo en tendens til, at i hvert fald de her yards hele tiden bliver større og større, mens hegnet måske ikke er højt nok. Og der har jeg den samme bekymring i forhold til Europa, at man under påskud af, at det handler om sikkerhed og uafhængighed af Kina, vil sprede det til enormt mange områder, som ender med at gøre os fattige og ikke nødvendigvis meget sikre. Altså nu bliver der nævnt det her med solceller og solpaneler. Altså jeg må bare minde om, at Kina har så ikke monopol på solen. Det har de ikke. Når først solpanelerne er installeret, så er det ikke en eller anden stor strategisk risiko for Europa. Det er noget andet med vindmøllerne, fordi der er jo teknologi, der taler direkte med elnettet. Der er en anden udfordring med elbiler i forhold til den kunstige intelligens. Helt åbenlyst i forhold til sjældne jordarter, kritiske mineraler. Men jeg tror, hvis jeg skulle finde en uenighed med statsministeren, så tror jeg, hun har en helt anden glæde og kærlighed for statsstøtte, også på områder, hvor der måske ikke er behov for det, end jeg har.
som der så også skal finansieres. Så det var derfor, jeg gravede lidt i, hvad så lidt betale, hvordan betaler man så de her nye ting. Og der fik vi jo at vide, at der var lidt åbenhed omkring det. Det er jo i hvert fald vigtige diskussioner fra.
Der var jo også, hvis jeg skulle udtrykke enighed endnu en gang med statsministeren, altså, så er det jo vigtigt med den her kapitalmarkedsreform og union, fordi det, at man gør det nemmere, at kunne smide risikovillig kapital, gerne i samarbejde, altså offentlige-private samarbejder på udvalgte områder, det er jo enormt vigtigt, og det vil jeg jo nok være større tilhænger af, end en eller anden fælles gældsætning, og så ender det med, at man skal understøtte den franske industri.
Ja, og jeg er sikker på, at vores superprofessor efterfølgende, Niels Thyssen, vil sige noget om kapitalmarkedsunionen, og hvad den så kan føre til. Hvad siger du? Altså, hvor kunne du se nogle skillelinjer, nogle uenigheder?
Men jeg synes jo, noget af det, SF sagde op gennem 90'erne, er noget af det, der er ved at ske i Europa. Altså, vi sagde, at der vil komme til at være et forstærket samarbejde mellem nogle lande på nogle konkrete områder, fordi man får brug for at gå videre. Og dengang blev vi nærmest latterliggjort, fordi vi alle sammen skulle gøre det samme på samme tidspunkt. Jeg er jo glad for, at statsministeren nu siger, at nu får man nye venner. Og det er jo faktisk, at udgangspunktet er, hvad er det for et felt eller fagområde, vi har brug for at stå sammen om. Jeg kan i hvert fald se for mig selv, at landene rundt om Østersøen får en større interesse i også at stå sammen på forsvarsområdet internt i EU. Nogle af dem, der er allermest truede, blandt andet af Rusland, og der er det jo positivt, at både Finland og Sverige nu også er medlem af NATO, så man kan lave det der samspil. Så jeg er egentlig, altså, jeg synes, det var nogle meget besværlige diskussioner, SF havde i 90'erne, men jeg er da glad for at se, at nogle af dem faktisk har...
Der er nogle sidenhen, der har været lidt besværlige.
Ja. Men vi brugte 10 år på det, men altså, vi kom da også rundt om alle hjørner. Men jeg synes jo, den diskussion, der er interessant lige nu, det er jo de næste skridt for Europa, og hvor meget vi så også kan holde sammen på alle. Fordi jeg synes, vi skal udvide, og det er jo også det, statsministeren siger, men vi skal udvise sådan, så vi stadigvæk kan lave nogle spor, hvor man stadigvæk laver politik. Fordi problemet er jo, når man bliver flere, så kan der godt være en fare for, at man ikke kan implementere politik, eller det går rigtig langsomt om at træffe de nye valg. Og det er jo derfor, jeg er lidt optaget af det her ideen med det forstærkede samarbejde, som jo også er en del af traktaten, at man har de her muligheder. Så er der jo en ting, som jeg faktisk fandt ud af, hvor vi er enige om, Alex og jeg er måske ikke så enige med statsministeren, men det kan også godt, hun kan jo ikke forsvare sig selv. Og jeg skal ikke gøre det i dag, men har gjort det mange gange, men ikke i dag.
Alt for mange gange.
Alt for mange. Okay. Men jeg synes jo, en af de diskussioner, vi løftede, da vi havde danske formandskab sidst, tilbage i januar 2011, jeg var selv handelsminister på det tidspunkt, og en af de ting, vi løftede, det var faktisk diskussionen om en handelsaftale med amerikanerne. Ja. Og jeg kan huske, da jeg foreslog det på et rådsmøde, der troede de alle sammen, jeg var rablende vanvittigt, og til sidst endte det med, at Obama måtte tale med franskmændene på telefon i et lukket rum midt om natten, og vi så lancerede faktisk forhandlingerne om en frihandelsaftale. Den har jo så stagneret lidt, men jeg må da sige i den grad, at der er brug for at diskutere den, og i virkeligheden også sørge for, at den får lidt vind under, eller luft under vingerne, fordi min bekymring er, det er jo der, jeg er enig med Alex, der hvis jeg alle sammen ender i et eller andet nationalistisk lukket handelsekko. Altså og det, her bliver det jo ikke Danmark med Danmark, men med Europa, og amerikanerne med sig selv, og kineserne med sig selv, så får vi jo heller ikke den fordel af, det er at handle med hinanden, som jo er med til at udvikle nogle af de nye produkter. Vi har bare været udfordret af kineserne, fordi en ting er, at de producerer solceller, men de stjæler jo også vores teknologi. Og det er jo det, vi har oplevet i ret stor stil, at vi ikke kunne beskytte vores teknologi. Men vi har jo brug for fortsat at handle sammen. Så samtidig med, at vi gør det der, amerikanerne laver deres Green Deals, Europa laver sine Green Deals, så er vi også nødt til at skabe nogle nye spor. Og der mener jeg egentlig, at det at kunne sætte gang i for eksempel en frihandelsaftale med amerikanerne, ville være et oplagt spor. Bare for at nævne et. Og det vil jo så sætte...
Jeg håber, det er Biden, for jeg tror ikke, at det er Trump, der tager imod dit...
Nej, det tror jeg sådan set heller ikke. Om end det historisk jo har været republikanerne, der har stået for frihandlen i USA, så er der jo ved at ske et meget mærkeligt med MAGAs større betydning i amerikansk politik. Så er de jo blevet nationalister på højrefløjen, i stedet for faktisk at være frihandelstænkende. Men man må jo håbe på, at Biden genvinder det. Ikke at vi kan påvirke det, men af mange grunde. Krigen i Gaza og Israel, forholdet til Europa og alt muligt andet, så går jeg da selv og håber på, at Biden bliver genvalgt. Men intet er sikkert, og derfor skal Europa også kunne stå i sin egen ret. Og det er jo derfor, det er vigtigt, det er regelbaseret. Fordi hvis man havde en frihandelsaftale med amerikanerne, så ville man om ikke andet kunne bruge WTO over for amerikanerne. Det har du ikke muligheden for, fordi du ikke har et regelbaseret samarbejde.
Du vil sige noget om frihandel?
Jamen det er jo egentlig bare fordi, at jeg vil sådan lancere en ny tænkning i forlængelse af Jake Sullivans high fences, small yards, så hvis der er nogen, der har hans ører, så må I gerne give det videre, for jeg tror, det vi skal bevæge os hen imod, det er at tænke high fences, common gardens. Så man tager alle de her strategiske områder og siger, okay, så er det ikke bare hver land for sig, eller EU mod USA mod det sydøstlige Asien, hvad ved jeg, men at man ser, okay, hvor er det, vi har nogle værdimæssige interesser, eller bare nogle geopolitiske interesser, og så er det nogle fælles haver, vi beskytter, så at sige, på det grønne, på kunstig intelligens, og også meget gerne i forhold til udvikling inden for våbenproduktion og sammenhandel inden for det. Fordi alternativet, det er jo, at det bliver en konkurrence på statsstøtte, og det vil gøre os alle sammen fattige, og det er jo også en konkurrence, som europæerne vil tabe.
Nu var statsministeren jo inde på det her med, at vi skulle have et stærkere, og vi skulle have et større EU, og der var ligesom ikke rigtig noget dilemma imellem det. Når man sådan spoler tilbage i udvidelsesdebatterne, så har der altid været det der med, at man skulle passe på, når man udvidede, man så ikke lod det gå ud over beslutningskraften. Altså er det muligt at gøre begge dele? Altså hvis man nu skulle prøve på at se, om man kunne få lidt uenighed frem, er vi bare enige i, at vi skal fortsætte med nuværende spilleregler, eller kan nogen lige være nødt til at se på, hvor vi skal stemme hinanden ned, eller nogle kommissærer, der skal ændres, eller hvad? Eller kan man bare gøre begge dele?
Altså, du har ikke inviteret Morten Messerschmidt, vel? Altså, så havde vi nok fået lidt mere uenighed.
Jeg spurgte efter skillelinjerne i den danske EU-debat, ja.
Ja, altså jeg tror jo på udvidelsen. Jeg tror også rigtig meget på, at det er...
Som Gud eller en anden, jeg tror på udvidelsen.
Nej, men det er, jeg tror, at det gør Europa stærkere. Jeg tror, at i den her sikkerhedspolitiske situation, så bliver vi stærkere, når vi er flere sammen i bussen. Men jeg synes stadigvæk, det er væsentligt, at Københavnskriterierne er noget af det, vi måler det op imod. Fordi vi kunne jo se med blandt andet Rumænien og Bulgariens optagelse, at det, at vi var sådan lidt mere afslappet med Københavnskriterierne, har jo også budt på nogle problemer hen ad vejen. Og de er stadig ikke løst. Og derfor, om end jeg jo gerne vil række hånden til Ukraine, så ser jeg også nogle problemer, blandt andet med korruption i landet. Altså, det er jo ikke et land, der er kendt for at være det mest demokratiske land. Der er jo nogle traditioner, der også tager tid at gennemføre. Men jeg mener, det er vigtigt i en politisk proces og et politisk signal til Ukraine at sige, der vil vi gerne hen, men det forudsætter så også, at I gør noget arbejde selv. Så jeg synes ikke bare det, og vi skal passe meget på med det der bare udvidelse for udvidelsens skyld. Der er mange lande, der gerne vil med. Lad mig bare nævne Tyrkiet. Det synes jeg ikke er så simpelt. Det synes jeg ikke er noget af det, jeg ligesom går og er vanvittigt begejstret for. Jeg tror faktisk, det vil kunne skabe ret mange udfordringer for Europa.
Ja, det står heller ikke lige for mig. Man
Nej, det er jo sat lidt til hjørne, men altså, man indledte jo faktisk.
Ja. Hvad siger du om koblingen mellem udvidelsen og EU's beslutningskraft?
Jamen, jeg synes jo, at det er en enormt svær diskussion, hvor jeg jo nok stadig er i en eller anden analysefase, hvor jeg ikke sådan er landet på en eller anden klar holdning, fordi jeg tror, der er to ting, der er afgørende for EU og Europa. Det ene handler om, at EU skal på de grænseoverskridende problemer, og det er både i forhold til klima, det er migration, og det er i særdeleshed sikkerheds- og udenrigspolitik, skal vi være mere handlekraftige. Og det taler jo for, at man i højere grad skal kunne gøre brug af flertalsafgørelser, hvor der ikke er nogen, der kan nedlægge veto. Også selv uden en udvidelse. Med en udvidelse kan det blive mere aktuelt. Så det er ligesom det, der taler for at ændre spillereglerne, og på den måde give EU mere magt, også på bekostning af medlemslandene. På den anden side er jeg enormt optaget af den folkelige opbakning til EU-projektet. Og den folkelige opbakning til EU-projektet, ja, den forsvinder, hvis vi har et EU, der dels ikke løser de store grænseoverskridende problemer, hvis der kommer alt for meget meningsløs regulering og direktiver, som landene er tvunget til at implementere, hvad enten det skyldes låne på de her flasker, eller papsugerør, eller hvad ved jeg, og tilsvarende, hvis man virkelig tvang ned over hovederne på EU-lande at føre en klima- eller en sikkerhedspolitik, som der var stor folkelig opinion imod i de enkelte lande, ja, så risikerer man at gamble med hele opbakningen til EU-projektet. Så det taler jo for, at man ikke skal ændre de der spilleregler. Og jeg synes, det er svært at sådan, skulle sige sådan helt entydigt, at der er en eller anden oplagt løsning på det der. Der er nogle ting, der taler for at styrke EU, så at sige, og der er andre ting, der taler for, at man skal være påpasselig med at svække de enkelte medlemslandes muligheder for at nedlægge veto. Men
det er jo også klogt at lave analysen, før man så lige siger, hvad man rent faktisk, hvilken konklusion man drager. Det er jo meget klogt, hvis vi skal del af politikken i hvert fald. Først, hvad mener man problemet er, før man så siger, man så gør det et eller hint. Ja, det var vi så enige om. Det var godt. Hvad med hensyn til sådan EU's indre marked og så videre? Kan man forestille sig, at man kan bruge dansk formandskab til at få skudt noget nyt dynamik ind i det? Eller er det helt på månen at forestille sig det? Eller man kan også stille spørgsmål på den anden måde. Hvis I nu sad der og skulle planlægge sådan dansk formandskab, nu hørte vi jo i statsministeren, hun havde sådan en ting, hun så ville fokusere på, ud over den dagsorden, man jo så arver. Hvad skulle det så være? For hende var det jo skærmende. Hvad er det for dig?
Jamen, det ville være at gennemføre energiunionen. Altså ideen med, og statsministeren kom jo selv ind på det, at vores energisystemer taler bedre sammen. Noget af det, vi har mærket fra Rusland og krigen mellem Ukraine og Rusland, det har jo været vores udfordringer på vores energileverancer. Danmark er ikke så udfordret, tyskerne er stærkt udfordret, og fordi vi ikke har den der transport reelt, som jo stadigvæk er undervejs, så må man sige, at det er i hvert fald noget, det vi er nødt til at kaste noget energi ind i. Det synes jeg er en af de ting, der er oplagte. Jeg tror, vi er langt, men vi er stadig ikke i mål med de forbindelser, der for eksempel både skal være til Norge og til UK, for at være helt i mål. Så tror jeg altså også, jeg er ikke så god til kun at sige én ting, hvis jeg skal.
Det var da meget godt. Energipolitisk.
Ja, men jeg tror at energiunionen er vigtig. Jeg tror også, den er vigtig for tyskerne, som jeg løbende taler med. De grønne er jo regeringen i Tyskland. Og derudover, så må jeg jo erkende, at statsministeren ret, forsvar og sikkerhed bliver det, der kommer til at stå øverst på dagsordenen i Europa. Det at få tænkt NATO og EU bedre sammen, det er også blevet nemmere med Finland og Sverige i NATO, men det bliver helt afgørende. Og der bliver det jo spændende med, om man lige pludselig skal til at have en forsvarskommissær, kan jeg høre nogle gå snakke om.
Forsvarsindustrikommissær har jeg lært, det hedder. Ja. Hvad vil du sætte fokus på, hvis du nu havde muligheden for at sige, at der var én ting, man skulle bruge et dansk EU-formandskab til?
Jo, det nemme svar vil jo være forsvar, sikkerhed og Ukraine, så det vil jeg ikke tage.
Det er på dagsordenen i forvejen, så nu skal du komme med noget, der ikke er der.
Præcis. Nå, men altså, så vil jeg mene, at noget af det absolut vigtigste, det er jo at sætte gang i en indsats, hvor man virkelig kommer ind et sted, hvor man får gang i en massiv deregulering og afbureaukratisering af det indre marked. Altså, fordi væksten er jo fuldstændig stagneret i Europa. Vi halter bagud på alle de nye, innovative teknologier, næsten alle. Og det skal jo nødt i ende sådan, at det eneste EU kan, det er at være rigtig dygtig inden for lægemidler. Det kan vi nok også gå hen og regulere i stykker. Der har været noget på vej, der har været tæt på det i hvert fald. Så det at få et paradigmeskifte i forhold til den måde, vi regulerer, også i forhold til den måde, hvor man får adgang, altså ens produkter får adgang til det europæiske marked, det skal være langt nemmere og langt mere fleksibel, fordi kreativiteten og drivkraften, innovationen, den er der jo derude.
Så det var det, som statsministeren også var lidt inde på med reguleringshøjborg, men du vil så specifikt se, hvordan i hulen kan man så få reddet noget af det der ned med hensyn til bureaukratiet og reguleringen. Noget, vi diskuterede før I kom, det var jo muligheden med, at vi får en Donald Trump som præsident, og der var jo hele den her diskussion om 24 timer, at Donald Trump så vil have 24 timer til så at ringe, efter han så er blevet valgt til Putin og til Zelensky. Og der var der jo så en betragtelig bekymring hos vores internationale taler om, at der vil jo så ikke være nogen europæer med ved det, under det telefonsamtale, eventuelt heller ikke under de efterfølgende forhandlinger, med mindre vi på en eller anden måde hittede ud af, hvad vi ville. Nu vil jeg ikke stå og bede om at komme med en anden form for fiktiv fredsaftale, men deler i deres bekymring om, at vi simpelthen risikerer her ikke at har mulighed for så at præge den der proces, og måske sågar også splindres, fordi der er nogle lande, der vil sige, det er da egentlig meget godt, at den her krig på en eller anden tidspunkt bliver afsluttet. Eller hvordan ser I hele den situation?
Det kommer jo meget an på, hvad USA's position er.
Ja,
altså,
men
hvis nu vi antog, altså fordi Donald Trump er enormt uforudsigelig. Jeg er meget bekymret. Jeg vil ikke løbe, hvis jeg kunne vælge, hvem der skulle blive præsident i USA, jeg vil ikke løbe den risiko, det er at pege på Donald Trump. Men altså, jeg er ikke sådan fuldstændig afvisende over for den tanke, at man ikke kan regne med noget som helst af det, han har sagt. Og hvis han arver den her krig, så kan det også være, at han bliver meget mere en hø på den dagsorden, end Biden har været. Og så vil jeg egentlig helst have, at europæerne og sådan nogle typer som Scholz ikke sidder med i lokalet. Så det kommer virkelig an på, hvad USA's position er. Altså hvis den er tilstrækkelig pro-ukrainsk, så er jeg tryg. Hvis ikke den er, så er jeg utryg.
Må jeg godt lige anholde det her med Scholz, fordi jeg synes jo noget af det største skifte, der er sket i Tyskland, det var jo faktisk, at Scholz holdt den her store tale, efter Rusland invaderede Ukraine, og som skiftede jo hele Tysklands og sikkerhed og forsvarspolitik. Så han er jo den, der faktisk har lykkes med at dreje Tyskland i en anden retning, som jeg synes er et meget, meget stort skridt, set i lyset af deres forhistorie af 2. verdenskrig. Det er bare så jeg synes ikke, der er nogen grund til sådan at pege fingre af Scholz. Når det så er sagt, så tror jeg jo, altså jeg ved ikke, hvordan det kommer til at ende med Trump. Altså sidste gang gik det jo ikke så slemt, fordi at han faktisk har nogle rigtig dygtige rådgivere omkring sig, og der var alligevel en del tryghed omkring, at de fortsat. Den her gang tror jeg, at Trump er bedre forberedt i forhold til at ville nedbryde den generelle administration, der jo alligevel nogle gange overtager, når man har skøre politikere. Og det kan være en bekymring i forhold til, at han simpelthen har allieret sig med nogle folk, som vil gå ind og dekoble nogle af de der normale måder at tænke på, som diplomati, brugen af FN og andet. Så det er jo svært, og det er jo derfor, jeg synes, at Europa skal stå i egen ret. Altså derfor, at Europa skal bruge mange flere kræfter på, og i virkeligheden findes nogle fælles svar på udenrigspolitikken, på sikkerhedspolitikken og forsvarspolitikken. Det er jo derfor, vi har gået gennem tiderne ind for, at nu skal vi ikke snakke de traktatændringer, men vi er jo faktisk villige til at sige, at vi må droppe det der indstemmighed på noget af det her, fordi vi er nødt til at kunne gå op i gear. Og Europa er nødt til at stå i egen ret. Man må godt svare på det om indre marked, fordi det var jo kun Alex, der svarede. Og jeg er jo meget, jeg er jo stor tilhænger af Jacques Delors plan. Jeg synes, det var en fantastisk plan. Der var mange dele af det indre marked, der aldrig blev gennemført. Og noget af det var jo for eksempel, at man også skulle kigge på de sociale elementer i det indre marked, at man skulle sørge for ikke kun at have måltal fra, hvordan varerne kunne bevæge sig, men også for eksempel, hvor høj arbejdsløsheden må være, før man faktisk kunne tale sammen i nationerne. Det er jo en af de ting, jeg synes ville være oplagt. Spanien har en enorm høj ungdomsarbejdsløshed. Vi kan stadig ikke få arbejdskraft nok i Danmark. Hvordan kan det være, at vi ikke er bedre til at bruge det rum, EU er? Det synes jeg kunne være interessant. Men jeg er ikke på afregulering. Jeg synes jo, Europas styrke, der er jo så uenig både med statsministeren og Alex Vanopslagh, men jeg synes, at Europas styrke har været, at vi har haft regler. At der har været nogle spilleregler. At vi har noget gennemsigtighed i de spilleregler, i modsætning til Kina og USA.
Du vil sige noget om, jeg ved ikke, om det var Scholz, eller om det bare var et overordnet situation med Trump. Bare lige som en fodnote der. Altså, det er jo, vi skal vel også på en eller anden måde tænke os om, at vi selv vil. Altså, en ting er at sidde og gætte sig til, hvad Trump måtte gøre, men altså, man må vel på en eller anden måde forberede et eller andet. Altså fra Europas side. Vi går vel ikke ind for, at man kløver dele af Ukraine over, var lige vil sige. Vi skal jo på en eller anden måde også være klar med et svar, hvis det måtte ske. Eller hvad? Er håb en strategi?
Nej, det er en ret dårlig strategi. Jeg tror, noget af det vigtigste, vi kan gøre i de europæiske lande, det er hurtigst muligt at komme op på de 2% af BNP til forsvaret, så Trump i hvert fald ikke kan bruge det som en undskyldning for at de facto at nedbryde den institution og den sikkerhedsgaranti, som NATO er. Jeg kunne jo forestille mig, at han virkelig vil lægge pres på alle de europæiske lande, der ikke lever op til den 2% målsætning, og det er pres på en måde, hvor man kan sige, at det er fint nok, USA kommer ikke til at beskytte jer, hvis I bliver angrebet. Men mindre I følger os på Kina og på XYZ, og så kommer vi jo til at lægge os ned og rulle rundt, så at sige. Altså, fordi så bliver vi jo rigtig bange, og det bliver jo ikke kønt. Det jeg egentlig ville kommentere på før, det var i forhold til Scholz, fordi selvfølgelig fortjener det alt ære og respekt, at han holdt sin store tale og vendte og frem og tilbage og mål på kroner og øre, eller euro. Har han jo også givet nogle flotte bidrag til Ukraine, men det jeg synes er den suverænt største udfordring, vi har i forhold til den hjælp og støtte, vi giver til Ukraine, det er vores måde at tænke på. Fordi vi har været alt for optaget af, og er stadig alt for optaget af, at man ikke må krydse de røde linjer, som Putin har. Og som det viser hver gang, om dem havde han så ikke alligevel. Det er den ene del. Den anden del er jo, at det der stadig fylder rigtig meget, måske mindre hos Macron, end det gjorde i starten, men stadigvæk hos Scholz, det er jo, at man ikke må provokere Rusland for meget. Man må ikke give den hjælp til Ukraine, der er så massiv, at de risikerer at vinde krigen. At man er bange for, at Ukraine vinder. Og så følger man krigens gang, og så siger man, nu begynder det at gå rigtig skidt for ukrainerne. Nu må vi hellere tage et ryg og give noget mere hjælp til Ukraine, så de kan undgå et nederlag. Vi burde i stedet for at spørge os selv og sige, hvordan ser en Ukrains sejr ud, og hvad skal der til? Og så tror jeg, at vi langt hurtigere vil komme frem til nogle af de beslutninger, som vi alligevel vil træffe, men vi vil bare træffe dem noget før. Jeg tror, det eksempel, jeg gav i Folketingssalen i går, er jo Anders Foghs forslag om at bruge de luftforsvarssystemer, vi har i Polen og Rumænien, til så vidt muligt at sikre en no-fly zone over Ukraine. Det er da stensikkert, det vil Scholz ikke gå med til i dag. Om 2-3 år. Formentlig. Og hvis vi får skiftet vores mentalitet, og der er tyskerne desværre en blokering, så tror vi hurtigere kan komme frem til at træffe de nødvendige beslutninger, der skal til for at afskrække Putin.
Der er jo ingen tvivl om, at stormagterne i Europa spiller jo en stor rolle, og de har hver især også deres nationale forsamlinger, de skal forholde sig til. En ting er, Scholz, at du har jo ret i, at de er langsomme i forhold til leverancerne. De grønne i Tyskland er jo faktisk dem, der har presset allermest på for at levere. Men Macron har jo altså også rigtig meget i munden og meget lidt i leverancerne. Altså, og det må vi jo sige, han har sagt igen og igen, at vi skal levere luftforsvar. Når det så og han har sagt det igen og igen, han leverer det jo ikke, medmindre der er nogen andre, der betaler for det. Så derfor er det jo sådan lidt... og det er jo fordi, der er sådan en stormagtstænkning stadigvæk i Europa. Der er vi jo ikke kommet længere. Og det er jo derfor, man er nødt til at allerede, og det håber jeg, at stats- og regeringscheferne gør, lave en plan for, hvad gør vi? Altså, hvad gør vi i den situation, at Trump skulle være det? Men hvad er også vores plan om 1 år eller 2 år i forhold til, hvad vi skal levere i Ukraine? Og der må man jo sige, at statsministeren viser glimrende lederskab. Det må man sige. Altså, det, at Danmark er så langt fremme i bussen, er statsministerens, det må man sige, det er hendes eftermæle.
Hun vil være en fantastisk...
Eftermæl, det var lidt hurtigt.
Nej, men altså... nej, det var... Ja, det skal man ikke lægge noget i.
Nej.
Det var bare, at det vil jo være
det er jo
den del af
faktisk
hendes...
en vigtig ros. Altså, hun vil jo være en fantastisk forsvarskommissær. Det vil jo være utrolig godt for Europa.
Ja, men I kan se, hvad vi har diskuteret før. Lige her til sidst, jeg kunne egentlig godt tænke mig at gå i læsegruppe med jer her til sidst. Nu er vi jo alle sammen skændt poler, så vidt jeg ved. Og nu står vi her i den juridiske højborg, så det er nok ikke så godt, når vi kun har haft offentlig ret. Men det er ikke det, jeg vil hen. Jeg kunne godt tænke mig at skrive en opgave med jer, hvor vi skal se på, vi skal sammenligne LA's udvikling med SF's udvikling. Og helt overordnet, så vil jeg er stræberen, så jeg vil starte med at skrive. Og mit udkast, der vil der så stå følgende, nemlig at det er godt nok hårdt at gå i regering, men så kan man godt nok komme meget, meget stærkere ud, og synes, at der er mulighed for at gå i regering igen. Det vil simpelthen min analyse, det er min udvikling af det, men så det, jeg godt vil spørge jer om, det er, hvilken rolle har det internationalt, har Europa egentlig spillet i det her? Om overhovedet nogen, for at I nu står som nogen, der kan gå hen og for alvor svinge med taktstokken, når vi kommer frem til et dansk EU-formandskab. Har I rykket jer på det europæiske program?
Ja, altså jeg vil jo sige, at mit parti har rykket sig ganske meget. Jeg tror ikke, det er grunden til, at SF står der, hvor vi står i dag, er på grund af vores Europa-diskussioner i 90'erne. Men vi har jo flyttet os rigtig meget. Vi var jo mod EF. Vi er meget kraftige tilhængere af EU. Og den første gang, hvor SF faktisk har oplevet, og vi gik ud og anbefalede ja til afskaffelse af de forbehold, vi selv har været med til at etablere. Og over 80% af vores vælgere valgte faktisk at bakke op om SF. Der var kun overgået af det radikale venstre. Hvem havde nogensinde troet det? I hvert fald ikke Holger og konen. Så på den måde, så må man jo sige, at SF har været igennem en transformation. Jeg tror ikke, du er i tvivl om, Lykke, hvor jeg har stået hele vejen på EU-spørgsmålet gennem alle de her slagsmål. Så det er jo bare mere en del af min sjæl og min politiske holdning, og så er det heldigvis også blevet SF's. Jeg tror ikke, der er noget med meningsmålingerne at gøre.
Liberal Alliances rejse som EU-parti?
Der har vi jo nok ikke helt den samme rejse, men den ændrede sådan, geopolitiske situation har jo gjort, at vi jo også har rykket os på hele spørgsmålet om EU i en retning, hvor vi er... Jeg jokede lidt med det i går på den her måde, at jeg tidligere sagde, at EU var et nødvendigt onde, hvor nu siger jeg, at det er et nødvendigt onde. Og måske endda ikke så meget vægt på onde. Så det er jo meget sådan i retorikken og i vigtigheden af EU, at vi har rykket os. Og også i at betone, at der er jo brug for et markant stærkere EU på nogle af de grænseoverskridende problemer. Og enhver fløt med en tanke om, at Danmark måske skulle have en fremtid uden for EU, den vil blive fuldstændig manet til jorden i Liberal Alliance. Jeg tror ikke, man skal mere end 7-8 år tilbage, 10 år måske, hvor den tanke jo ikke var fremmed for alle i partiet. Jeg tror ikke, det er vores ryg på EU-dagsordenen, som har gjort, at vi er vokset som parti i målingerne. Det er måske snarere omvendt. Det, at vi vokser som parti i målingen, gør jo, at vi bliver nødt til at tænke os lidt mere over, hvor vi placerer os på udenrigspolitik.
Det var det, jeg var ude efter!
Men det er også bare vigtigt, ikke? Fordi at, nu ved jeg godt, at vi jo tidligere havde udenrigsministerposten, men det var da sådan noget, vi godt kunne grine lidt af internt partiet, fordi vi havde sådan, har vi overhovedet en udenrigspolitik? Ja. Hvor nu, altså, hvis vi er heldige og dygtige nok til at fastholde den opbakning, vi har i målingerne, ja, så skal man da i hvert fald have en udenrigspolitik.
Ja, altså jeg er sikker på, at den her gruppeeksamen, den får 12, uden problemer. Lad os give en stor hånd. Tusind tak til Alex Vanderslag og til Pia Olsen Dyhr. Og se, nu går vi jo videre til noget, som jeg allerede har lagt op til et par gange, nemlig at nu skal vi diskutere noget vigtigt. Også vi skal diskutere økonomi. Og vores næste taler har rådgivet selveste kommissionsformand Jacques Delors. Og til den yngre generation kan jeg sige, at det var ham, der var kommissionsformand før Berlinmurens fald. Og det var også dengang Sepp Piontek var landsholdstræner. Og Delors, det var ham med euroen, og det var jo ham, der så også sagde, at EU er en UPO, et udefinerbart politisk objekt. Og se, nu kommer jo så professor Niels Thyssen, som jo dengang rådgav Delors, og som jo naturligvis i dag, hvad skulle han ellers gøre, rådgiver Ursula von der Leyen som formand for Det Europæiske Finanspolitiske Råd. Og selvfølgelig er Niels stadigvæk aktiv som professor emeritus på Københavns Universitet. Så nu får I simpelthen en masterclass, ikke? Niels, økonomisk masterclass i, hvor står EU henne sådan overordnet økonomisk, når man ser på nogle af de udfordringer, vi har været inde på. Det har jo så både været kapitalmarkedsunion, men også wer soll jetzt bezahlen, hvordan får vi finansieret alle de her nye udgifter, vi har brug for. Niels Thyssen.
Tak for indbydelsen. Mit indlæg er måske lidt mere dystert, end det burde være, for der er en meget stor afstand allerede i dag mellem udgiftsønskerne og de ressourcer, som nationale regeringer har at disponere over i EU. Arven fra 2 kriser, pandemien og den energipolitiske krise, samt en suspension i 4 år af et hvert regelsæt til overvågning af finanspolitikken, har betydet, at landene er i en alvorlig finanspolitisk situation. Flertallet af dem, jeg skulle sige. Og jeg bør straks tilføje, at jeg taler slet ikke om Danmark, som er en outlier i denne sammenhæng, både hvad angår underskud og gæld på længere sigt. Men problemet er ikke blot, at har der været store udgifter til akutte problemer i kriser, men der har også været en alvorlig tiltagende udgiftsvækst i alle andre områder. Jeg tror, det var Macron, der sagde, nu voulons une union qui protège. Vi vil have en union, der beskytter befolkningerne. Og sammenhængen mellem både at stimulere økonomierne, øge teknologisk fremskridt osv., og øge den sociale balance, har medført et hidtil uset kraftig vækst i udgifterne i en periode. Der har også været et generelt ønske i Europa, at man skulle føre en mere vækstvenlig politik, end den man gjorde efter finanskrisen, såkaldt austerity. Og der har været en nedtoning af bekymringer over, at det skulle kunne lade sig gøre, fordi renterne var jo nok lave i lang tid. Og vi havde en centralbank, der holdt hånden under markederne, så må ikke vi kunne betragte disse risici som temmelig fjerne. Realiteten er altså, at der har været en stigende gæld i allerede historisk, og ser man på kommissionens fremskrivninger til 2034, altså 10 år frem, så er flertallet af lande i en situation, hvor gælden vil vokse kontinuert igennem den 10 år til et niveau, vi ikke har set tidligere i Europa. Der kom nye budgetregler nylig her, vedtaget af Parlament og Rådet, men det er et lille skridt i virkeligheden i forhold til at få styr på problemerne. Det har været en kamp op ad bakken. En pragmatisk reform, der sådan set er sympatisk ved, at højgældslandene i Europa skulle lave mellemfristede udgiftsplaner for at sikre gradvist, at gælden kunne falde. Holdbarhed har været hovedmålet, men investeringer skulle beskyttes ved og belønnes ved, at man kunne få lidt længere tid til at nedbringe gælden. Det er mere et kontraktsystem end et egentligt regelsystem, og det er gjort ikke mindst for at støtte opfyldelsen og støtte legitimiteten i de enkelte lande. EU er ikke bare et sted, man dikterer regler, men et, hvor man forhandler og finder frem til noget, som landene selv har et medansvar for. Det er måske det sidste forsøg, vi kommer til at se på et systematisk decentraliseret finanspolitik i EU. Mange vil sikkert sige, hvad med redningsfonden? I 2020 vedtog man en stor redningsfond, som var et meget vigtigt initiativ. Det var ikke et Hamiltonian moment, som selv den nøgterne kansler Scholz sagde. Hamiltonian Initiative, det var dengang USA's nye federale regering overtog enkeltstaternes gæld. Det var der ikke tale om her. Men der var 3 røde linjer, som blev krydset med redningsfonden. En fælles finansiering, en stor andel af direkte overførsler til landene, snarere end lån videre, og en stærk omfordeling mellem landene. Og det er navnet de 2 sidste, det vil blive meget svært, eller for ikke at sige umuligt, at gentage i nogen nær fremtid. Årsagen til, at man kunne overskride alle disse grænser, var, at pandemien i exceptionel grad fjernede den diskussion om moral hazard, altså risiko ved, at landene selv havde ansvar for at bringe sig i den situation, de var. Og derfor kunne man udvise hidtil uset solidaritet. Udbetalingerne fra fonden har været betydelige. De har spillet en stor rolle og vil gøre det frem til 2026 i hvert fald, især for Italien og Spanien. Det er selvfølgelig lidt en illusion, at man har løst problemer ved at tage gælden over på EU-plan, for den har stadigvæk medlemslandenes gæld på længere sigt, men den har altså nu den fordel, at den påhviler dem over en lang horisont, og med lidt usikkerhed om, hvordan den præcis skal tilbagebetales. Så der skal mere ro omkring disse udgifter. Men er denne fond en model for, hvordan EU kunne udvikle sig? Kommissionens overvågning af, hvordan disse midler bliver brugt, har været grundigere og mere resultatorienteret. Man har set tidligere med de såkaldte cohesion funds. Der er målsætninger og mellemtrin. Men gennemførelsen er nok alt i alt, selvom det er en foreløbig vurdering, lidt skuffende. Er det hensigtsmæssigt for EU at gå i den slags detaljer, som er blandet sig i elektrificeringen af bussystemerne i italienske provinsbyer, eller i den regionale fordeling af skolebyggeri i de enkelte lande? Desværre kan man sige, at nationale regeringer har ikke fået mig en tak for det, de har gjort gennem de regionale myndigheder. De har set sig stadigvæk som noget udenforstående, og måske i nogle tilfælde overbebyrdet af de administrative opgaver. Hvad med det såkaldte nærhedsprincip, som er populært i Danmark? Det blev vedtaget i Maastricht-traktaten, overført i Lissabon-traktaten. Det siger i korthed, at unionen på områder, hvor den ikke har ene kompetence, og den kan kun påtage sig opgaver i det omfang, at det ikke kan opfyldes af medlemslandene centralt, regionalt eller lokalt. Men at den pågældende handlings omfang eller virkninger bedre kan nås på EU-plan. Lissabon-traktatens artikel 5. Det er meget sunde principper, som i virkeligheden også kunne være anvendt kritisk over på RAF-systemet. Men princippet indebærer selvfølgelig, det var hvad Alex Vanopslagh sagde, villighed til at anerkende, at på en række mere væsentlige store udfordringer er bevisførelsen for, at handling på EF-plan er blevet mere effektiv end på nationalplan, blevet klart lettet gennem de udfordringer, vi har set i de senere år, både med hensyn til omfanget af opgaverne og virkningerne. Det er virkelig det samme sprog, hvor økonomer bruger. De taler snarere om skalaeffekter, storskalaeffekter, stordriftsfordele og spillovers over landegrænserne. Det er fuldstændig det samme med andre ord. Nogle aktiviteter kræver så meget skala og har så tydelige grænseoverskridende virkninger, at en fælles indsats er mere hensigtsmæssig end selv velkoordineret, som er det foretrukne begreb hos kommissionen også, end selv velkoordinerede nationale projekter. Den kommende debat om de kommende 7 års budget for EU vil sætte forsyningen af offentlige goder af den type, som nu melder sig med en europæisk dimension på dagsordenen, netop i andet halvår 25, når Danmark overtager formandskabet. Hvad er forsyningen med offentlige goder? Hvad menes der med det? De handlinger, der kommer nærmest til at opfylde økonomiske effektivitetskriterier for at tilrettelægge den og finansiere dem, synes at være investeringer i forsvarskapacitet. Investeringer i forsvarskapacitet, ikke de løbende udgifter. De bør finde plads i de regulære budgetter. Grænseoverskridende energiinfrastruktur. Flere talere har været inde på, at det er et problem, at for eksempel fra Nordsøen kan der ikke eksporteres tilstrækkeligt af den energi, der kan kreeres til kontinentaleuropa. Elementer af europæisk industripolitik, særskilt i et mere geoøkonomisk perspektiv, under iagttagelse af de restriktioner, som Alex Vanopslagh sagde, og genopbygningen af Ukraine. Alle disse områder er opgaver, hvor det kan argumenteres, efter min mening overbevisende, at en fælles indsats er stærkere og mere effektiv end national. Men der er selvfølgelig nationale præferencer for, at noget af disse ting skal gennemføres strengt nationalt. Skal det så være et større EU-budget, eller skal man improvisere? En logisk fremgangsmåde for en økonom vil sige, at vi skal sætte budgettet i vejret. Jacques Delors er blevet nævnt. Jeg husker mange diskussioner med ham. Han mente, at 3% for EU-budgettet var et minimum for, hvad han kaldte et præfederalt budget. Men det vil ikke ske, tror jeg, heller ikke i 2025. Et budget væsentligt højere end det nuværende. Selvom det i en betydelig udstrækning kunne aflaste nationale budgetter. Det er nok mere sandsynligt stadigvæk, at man vil se en fortsættelse af improviserede fonde for de enkelte formål, som jeg også nævnte, artikel 122 som den legale basis, som det hedder, i en ånd af solidaritet mellem medlemsstaterne på konkrete områder, der er allerede anvendt til repower i EU. Mindre fleksibilitet med separat funding. Nogle år ved omfordeling af ressourcerne kunne blive ønskelige, og de tyske erfaringer med at lave separate fonde med off-budget funding, der ikke kunne reallokeres på andre formål, har, som andre har været inde på, været ubehagelige. Er der så alternativer til at lave noget på EU-offentlige udgifter? Der er brug for alternativer. Kapitalmarkedsunionen er helt oplagt. Enrico Lettas rapport og mange andre elementer tyder på, at der nu endelig er ved at komme forståelse for det. Men om det er tilstrækkeligt, er ikke sandsynligt efter min mening. Men der er selvfølgelig halvoffentlige institutioner. Den Europæiske Investeringsbank har ressourcer til at spille en vigtig rolle som koordinator i den grønne omstilling, også i genopbygningen af Ukraine. Den europæiske stabilitetsmekanisme, som hjalp 4 lande med at genskabe deres markedsadgang, har betydelig udlånskapacitet til fælles formål. Så der er muligheder, og jeg ser lidt optimistisk på tingene. Jeg tænker på analogien med situationen i 80'erne, hvor der også var spændinger mellem USA og Europa på det udenrigspolitiske område. Og der var en erkendelse i Europa om, at man var ved at sænke bagud i forhold til USA og Japan dengang. Og det førte til initiativ om det indre marked. Ikke en udpræget krisesituation, men fra en nøgtern vurdering også af interesser fra store organisationer i samfundet, fra erhvervslivet, fra fagforbundene og fra andre. Og i lyset af det nærmere samarbejde og tillidsforhold, der trods alt er kommet i Europa i de 30-40 år, der er gået siden da, så må man sige, at man bør se lidt mere optimistisk på det. Europa kan udvikle sig ikke blot som i kriser. Vi har overstået kriserne vel. Nu er vi i en situation, hvor der kan tages fat på mere nøgtern måde, på praktisk måde, som også statsministeren sagde. Tak for ordet.
Tusind tak skal du have, Niels. Det var godt, at vi fik noget optimisme der til sidst. Vi startede meget gloomy. Men bare et spørgsmål. Den her kapitalmarkedsunion, altså hvor realistisk er det?
Man må sige, at den har været på dagsordenen i over 10 år. Og der er ikke sket mange fremskridt. Måske fordi den bringer ind i forhandlingsrummet de dele af den nationale administration, som måske er mest konservative. Justitsministerier, reguleringsmyndigheder.
Milde himmel, vi lufter ud justitsministerier. Ja.
Det er måske svært. Man har også begyndt med meget vanskelige emner, koordination af konkurslovgivninger, meget tekniske emner. Man burde skride til lidt mere generelle gensidig anerkendelse, et princip, der har været brugt mange steder i EU-systemet, og skære igennem for at få realiseret fremskridt. For Europa har selvfølgelig et overskudsopsparing på 2-3%, som vi kan se på vores samlede betalingsbalance. Så der er brug for, at kapitalmarkedet bliver mere effektivt i at kanalisere den til investeringer inden for Europa.
Og nu hørte vi, at det blev en del af det danske formandskab, så det er jo afhængigt af, hvem der så skal sidde i den stol. Tusind tak skal du have.
Tak.
Stor fornøjelse. And now we're going to see whether it's possible to go live to Kiev. We are calling through to a country at war, so but Leo, you always there when I phone you, so I can see you. Can you also hear me?
Yes, I do hear you.
Oh,
well, hello.
That's wonderful. I've been told that we may have a situation where we can hear you, but we may have a still picture of you, but we will absolutely be able to hear what you're saying. First of all, thank you so much for making time for us in your agenda. I'm sure you have plenty of other things to do because you are one of the most sort of best person to speak to when you're looking into issues such as what's going on in Kiev, but in particular also what's happening with regards to the overall enlargement process. You are a visiting fellow at the European Council of Foreign Relations, but you are also senior fellow at the New Europe Center. So without further ado, over to you, and please tell us also what's actually happening on the ground in Ukraine at the moment. Floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Lieke. Thank you for this opportunity to address such a distinguished audience. Before going into kind of my presentation, I would like to thank the people of Denmark, Danish government, your leadership, for the support which we feel in Ukraine from the side of Denmark. This is very important. Denmark has been one of the best examples of countries in terms of policies towards Ukraine, help towards Ukraine. So this is very important that this help is acknowledged in Ukraine, and is Ukrainians are very grateful for everything you do to Ukraine these days. Before maybe going with the security situation, I would like to continue the discussion about the European integration, since I don't understand Danish, but I understood that you are talking about European integration. And I would like to underline maybe a couple of things, and the most important is that for Ukraine, the integration into the European Union is currently second most important thing after winning the war with Russia. And I'm saying second most deliberately because in Ukraine we have a strong connection between the European integration and the security situation, since if Ukraine does not win against Russia, all the reforms related to the European integration make no sense. And make no sense not only for Ukraine, but also for other countries which are on the same way on the accession. Moldova, Georgia, a little bit more in a more difficult situation, and other countries. This would be a very big hit for these countries if Ukraine does not manage to win the war. So the days when the European integration was seen purely from the perspective of implementing reforms, I think are gone, and we have to factor in the security dimension when we consider the European integration. Despite the war, Ukraine is preparing for the first intergovernmental conference. There have been signs that this decision would be made on June 25. I hope that we have this decision on June 25 and we can move forward. It would be an important acknowledgement of the efforts of Ukraine, as I say, despite the war. And because for Ukraine, the European integration is a matter of survival. It's a matter of survival, as the recent years showed. The EU has been, alongside with the public pressure from Ukraine, the most successful factor in reforming the country. We've created a lot of things which never existed before in Ukraine. We created the anti-corruption infrastructure, so independent bodies which supervise the fight against corruption, bodies which are not connected to the political part of the system, and which enable them to take on the most, on the worst part of Ukraine, if I may say so. Because we have some of our best parts, but we have also the worst part. And the worst part was related to under-reforming in the area of rule of law and corruption. But since then, since this process started together with the EU, we've made a tremendous progress. And if today we take a picture of Ukraine, things look still quite bad. But if we shoot a movie about Ukraine, you see where it started and where we are now, and you see how it's changing. So things are still bad, but the trend is positive. And this is widely the merit of the European Union and the people of Ukraine, and some part of the political system which is keen to reform the country. So it's important that for Ukraine, there's a lot of discussion about how to navigate the process of European integration. We have a lot of issues ahead. We've seen the situation with the agricultural products. We've seen the situation with, trying to block the borders. So we've seen a lot of competition, sometimes not very healthy competition, I would say. But all these issues are showing that we have certain issues we have to fix before the enlargement happens, before the accession happens, and also are showing to us that Ukraine will likely have a difficult process of European integration because, a lot of things could change the budget, who is becoming a net payer, who is becoming a net contributor, and so on. But at the same time, I think being aware of these issues, I think that for Ukraine it's very important to have a merit-based approach in place. The Balkan experience does not inspire us when the political kind of agenda was taken over on the forefront and the merit-based approach was sidelined in a way. And in Ukraine, people are afraid that, making this effort, sometimes painful reforms, but necessary, and not having an end result would actually damage the process overall and the kind of perception of how this process is handled. What I understood that you've talked about Trump-proofing in your previous discussion, because Trump-proofing is something you recognize in all the languages. But for European integration, it's also important to Orban-proof the European integration of Ukraine. This is very important, and being a think tanker, I think I'm allowed to make this kind of analysis. Since in Ukraine we are afraid that the bilateral grievances, which are not connected to the European integration agenda, are surfacing quite often, unfortunately, especially from the side of such countries like Hungary. Sometimes, in most of the times, I would say it's not really connected to the EU agenda, but sometimes it is. So we would like to have a process which is not being abused by these bilateral grievances. And I think this is also a task on the EU side to handle this, this process. And maybe one of the last things I wanted to underline about the EU integration is that from our perspective, the EU integration and accession of the Ukraine towards the EU cannot be successful if there is no security track in place. From our perspective, if Ukraine joins the EU, let's admit that all the stars align and in some 5-7 years, I don't know, Ukraine joins the EU. And if we don't have security guarantees, even NATO or bilateral security guarantees, not the agreements which we have today, because these are agreements from our perspective on guarantees of security support, but not security guarantees. So if we don't have this in place, that would be a very dangerous situation for Ukraine, because war can start again in every moment. And EU would be even under greater pressure than now. So even NATO or security, bilateral security guarantees are very important. Now, in terms of just a couple of words, maybe because if we can have 1 or 2 questions, a couple of words about security situation in Ukraine. I think we are now going through one of the most difficult times since the start of the large-scale invasion. We've been on diet with the ammunition and the equipment for quite a long time. Things are started to improve, but still, I mean, the situation is comparable maybe to, I don't know, April, May 2022 in a way. Russia is using all its advantage, including the ones to strike on us, and we don't have the same possibility to do it. We often call it in Ukraine that we play box with one hand tied to the leg, so you play with one hand and Russia does it with both hands and sometimes with the legs and so on. So this is kind of the overall picture to put it very, very kind of to zoom out and to look at what happens. However, we've seen very significant progress in mobilizing population in Ukraine. I mean, mobilizing, the law on mobilization was changed. So more people are drafted to the army. Unfortunately, the budget of Ukraine does not allow to mobilize a lot of people at once. This is a serious financial burden for Ukraine, but also Ukraine doesn't have enough equipment to equip all these people with what is necessary. And if to say one thing aside from mobilization, what Ukraine is in most biggest need today, maybe aside from mobilization and ammunition, is the air defense. Air defense is crucial. Russians are using the glide bombs. Since the beginning of the war, they fired about 10,000 glide bombs on Ukraine, and there is nothing you can intercept them. So you can intercept the archer, but you cannot intercept the arrows because you don't have means to do it. So for us, it's important that we have Patriot batteries or SAM-T batteries that are able to keep away the Russian air fleet, and that the kind of defense line of Ukraine is not being treated. So maybe I stop here because I can talk for a while about this, but I think I should.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Leo. I wish we had more time, but I'm sure that we will invite you to come to Copenhagen next time you are in the country. Thank you very much, and stay safe. And I think some of the points that you made, I can assure you, they were the same that the Danish Prime Minister made. So I think you are there completely sort of on message with regards to that. Thank you very much, and let's give Leo a big hand of applause.
Thank you.
Godt, vi er ved at være kommet til vejs ende, og dem, som har fulgt Europakonferencerne i et godt stykke tid, vil jo vide, at der til sidst kommer der et kulturelt element. Vi har været igennem forfattere, komikere, idrætsudøvere, så nu må turen være kommet til musikere. De er jo så desværre ofte på turné, især når man så vil have fat i en jazzstjerne på øverste hylde, som for øvrigt også benyttede coronakrisen til at skrive en bestseller, som han så har solgt 100.000 eksemplarer af, der er blevet oversat til tysk, og som nu filmatiseres. Man kan være ærgerlig over, at man ikke kan den slags, men det er jo altså Benjamin Koppel, der er et multitalent, så vi drog ud til ham med et lille kamerahold for at besøge også hans hunde og tale om, hvilket forhold han har til Europa. Her kommer et kort uddrag, og man vil kunne se den samlede samtale på vores hjemmeside. Den er god, den er også lidt lang, men lad os nu se uddraget. Jeg har taget noget med til dig her. Lykkelakker.
Lykkelakker, hvor er det smukt.
Og det er jo så, hvis du læser op her.
Sådan, det er fantastisk.
Værte lykke.
Sluk. Ej, hvor er det godt.
Og så står der jo her,
det er så smukt.
At øl er heimat.
Sådan.
Og hvad er din heimat?
Jamen,
fordi det er jo Europa, vi har jo alle sammen form for heimat.
Altså, jeg har jo mange steder, jeg hører hjemme, synes jeg. Både fysisk og også sådan følelsesmæssigt åndeligt. Til gengæld føler jeg mig utroligt beslægtet med de omkringliggende lande og med Europa og med det udsyn, der følger med af at være født, som jeg er i 1974, i en tid efter 2. verdenskrig, som jo var helvede, der åbnede sig, og had og krig og så videre. Og pludselig så kommer vi op i 74, hvor jeg er født, og der begynder man at se fremad og finde ud af, at vi har sgu nok mere til fælles, end det, der adskiller os, og vi bliver nødt til at holde i hånd og stå sammen. Og det gav jo nogle muligheder for mig som ung musiker, fordi jeg er jo den der Interrail-generation, bortset fra, at jeg aldrig kom på Interrail. Men jeg er jo Interrail-generationen, forstået på den måde, at vi havde jo mulighed for at rejse Europa tyndt, når vi ville. Og det gjorde jeg jo også bare med min saxofon, fra jeg var 17-19 år gammel. Det var bare ikke med Interrail-kortet, men jeg var ude at spille hele tiden. Så på den måde er det europæiske jo blevet, min base, min musikalske legeplads.
Så det er også en slags heimat.
Så det er også en slags heimat. Og selvfølgelig også kvæg, at jeg jo også har en historie, altså min farfars forældre var indvandrere fra Polen. De var jøder, der kom fra Polen i 1907, flygtede fra Blaski, mellem Mus eller Lodz og Kalisz, flygtede fra de russiske pogromer og landsbynedbrændinger osv. fra en lille jødisk stættel. Drømmen var at komme til New York, pengene rakte til København, og der slog de så ned. Ikke? Okay. Men så jeg har også altid synes, at vi har da også et anker der. Og havde det ikke været for krigen, så havde vi haft en kæmpe familie i Blaski. Fordi der var knap 200 familiemedlemmer, som min farfar kendte, som desværre alle sammen forsvandt i Auschwitz. Så der har ligesom været sådan en, der kommer vi også fra. Og på den måde synes jeg, at jeg har mange heimat.
Så hvordan kan kunsten så spille en rolle, når man ser på den nuværende situation?
Jamen altså, jeg tror jo, at kunsten er vigtig i forhold til at fortælle de her historier, blive mindet om, hvad vi ikke skal vende tilbage til, men også skabe håb for, hvordan verden kan se ud. Altså, kunsten og kunstnerne kan skabe de der utopier.
Ja.
Altså,
tilbage til håbet, drømmene og sådan noget.
Altså dybest set, hvis man er religiøs, så tror man, at Gud har skabt verden i en eller anden udgave. Jeg er ikke religiøs, men jeg kan jo se, hver gang jeg oplever noget kunst, så er der en kunstner, der kan skabe hele verden. En forfatter kan skabe en hel verden. Musik, komponist osv. kan jo skabe nogle verdener, som vi kan læse os ind i, og som kan give os mod til at turde drømme om den bedre verden, der forhåbentlig kan ligge lige ude i fremtiden.
Har du spillet i Ukraine nogensinde?
Nej, desværre.
Så håbet er jo også at spille Kiev, Lviv.
Det ville være fantastisk. Ja. Altså, jeg er også en bangebuks. Så det bliver også nødt til at være på en måde, så jeg ved, at jeg kommer hjem til mine børn og hunde og min kone. Men jeg vil da elske at tage det over at spille og indlede den dialog.
Nu kan vi ikke udskyde det længere. Hvis du nu skulle finde din saks, hvad vil du så spille? Når det handler om heimat, det handler om Europa, det handler dybest set om den samtale, vi lige har haft.
Jamen så tror jeg i virkeligheden, at jeg vil være så fræk at spille en melodi, jeg selv har skrevet. Ja. Som skulle...
det må virkelig være heimat, ja.
Ja, en melodi, som hedder Hornex, eller en sang, for der er faktisk også tekst til, som jeg har skrevet. Det er måske en sang, der ligesom favner rigtig mange af de heimats.
Så lad os høre det.
Ja.
Kommer du med til koncert?
Det er ikke så tit.
Nå, det kan de ikke.
Men altså til gengæld, når jeg har prøver hjemme i stuen her med andre musikere, så ligger de så midt i det hele. Og så ligger de bare der. De
okay, så der er i hvert fald noget.
Men altså, de er noget alle steder.
Fantastisk. Wunderbar.
Wunderbar, ja, og det synes jeg faktisk også, at vores konference her i dag har været. Som formand for Tænketanken Europa vil jeg gerne sige en stor tak til alle bidragsyderne, som har muliggjort denne konference. Tak fordi de har haft lyst, vilje og evne til at give os indsigt i nogle af de mange valg og fravalg, som Europa og måske hele verden står i. Også tak til vores medlemmer, virksomheder og fonde, som muliggør, at vi overhovedet kan lave de her ting og eksistere. Og hvorfor er det, vi i Tænketanken Europa eksisterer? Det er kort sagt 2 ting. 1. Vi skal bidrage med en evidensbaseret indsigt til beslutningstagerne, således at de kan tage beslutninger vedrørende Europa på det bedst evidensbaserede oplyste grundlag. Og nummer 2. At finde og bringe relevante temaer op til debat i samfundet relateret til Europa. Og det synes jeg også, at vi har gjort i dag. Der er et ordsprog, der siger, at hvis man ikke kan finde vej, så må man lave en. Og som statsministeren sagde, så må vi jo nok sige, at ikke siden 2. verdenskrig har vi stået i en situation, hvor der er så mange ting, hvor vi nok ikke lige har opskriften på de veje, der findes, og hvordan vi så får valgt de rigtige veje. Krig i Europa. Mere forsvarsindustri. Hvordan skal vi organisere det? Hvordan skal vi sørge for at få det gjort, og ikke bare tale om det? Der gik jo 2 år fra krigen startede, til vi begyndte at tænke på, at det kunne da være, at vi skulle lave lidt krudt og kugler. Vores forhold til USA, vores forhold til Kina, hvordan skal det være i fremtiden, og hvordan sikrer vi, at vi får os positioneret bedst muligt dertil? Når så vi derudover lægger den grønne omstilling og den demografiske udvikling i Europa, ja, så er der virkelig mange valg og fravalg, der skal foretages. Lad mig slutte af med at sige tusind tak til medarbejderne i Tænketanken Europa. Jeg synes, vi skal give dem en stor hånd. Det er jo sådan, at når man deltager i noget, og det hele bare fungerer, så er det jo fordi, der er en hel masse dygtige mennesker, som har lavet et stort arbejde. Tak for det. Tak til Großen Fierspiel for, at vi har måttet komme her i disse pragtfulde lokaler. Og sidst, men ikke mindst, tusind tak til dig, Lykke, for endnu en gang at have bragt os fint igennem et forløb her. Til deltagerne her, til deltagerne ude virtuelt, tusind tak, fordi I har deltaget. Og til alle jer i salen, som måske ikke har fået diskuteret færdigt, så er der en lille reception ude i foyeren, hvor man kan fortsætte. Tak for i dag.